Boom. And that's really how today went, folks, because today was a big boom. Today was insane. And in fact, it's sufficiently insane that I kind of have to roll this right away. Because, yeah, we are entering spicy time right away because Trooper Proctor has a bit of a potty mouth. Trooper Proctor has some things to say specifically about Karen Reed. And those things, there's all sorts of words that I can say on YouTube. They don't like me saying them in the first few minutes, but there's all sorts of things I can say on YouTube. And but there's one word in particular that YouTube really, really doesn't like. And that's the C word. And that's what Trooper Proctor delivers. So, I don't normally turn monetization on while I'm live streaming, while I'm streaming now. I don't normally run ads during that. I normally do turn them on afterwards. I turn them on after the stream is done. For the replay crew, because the replay crew, isn't typically able to super chat. We are just not turning monetization on at all because it's just not going to go well. So, all right. Now, today doesn't start with Proctor. And I know the Scots and the Australians in the chat are like, yeah, that word is just punctuation. But that's not the case in North America. North America, it's a big freaking deal. It's the kind of word that if you say it about somebody's girlfriend, you're probably getting punched. If you say it about your boss, good news, you've been promoted to boss of your own company that does nothing. So, yeah. Now, we're going to start off, and I'm just going to say, in the words of Yanetti, wait for me on this one, because we're going to start off with the initial state's motion to exclude. And I'm just going to say, I don't think that Bev is as bad in this motion hearing as people think. And I'm going to explain myself. I see people hitting the leave button already. Wait for me. In the words of Yanetti, wait for me to explain, because I actually think Bev was not as horrible. And that's because I've been a defense lawyer for a while. And as a defense lawyer, I can tell you, I kind of know what she's doing. She's a bit rude, but she's not doing it in front of the jury. And I'm going to explain what her thinking is and why she's doing it, and why I'm not like saying we need to burn her at the stake. Because I don't think we do over her performance today. And as I said, I will explain. I know people are already getting their torches and pitchforks for me. That's fine. I get lots of people saying that I have been, biased in one direction or another. And the thing is I know I'll get the emails later. I'll get all of the stuff. And, but I got to call them as I see them. And that is for whichever side, right? Whichever side it is. So with that said, let's move on to this. And I know there's people who are just big mad about this one. And let's talk about it, because I got some thoughts. Okay, let's keep going here.
The Commonwealth is just seeking that the defendant produce what the Commonwealth is entitled to under Rule.
Okay, are you guys able to hear it? If you're not able to hear it, give me a whole bunch of Elaine your mic. So yeah.
14 and what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts must produce to the prosecution. It was not until the day prior to trial on April 15, 2024, that the defendant provided notice of all their experts. During jury empanelment, the Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth is entitled to. We are now entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or anything that the...
Now, I just want to note, Uncivil saying, please turn it down. It's kind of loud. I've never heard that before yet. I just want to note, all the people noting that the Judge Bev sighs a lot during defense comments, I just want to note here,
week 8 of the trial, the Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or...
You hear the sigh? She doesn't just sigh for... All right, if people are saying it's loud, I'll turn it down. We'll take it down to there. All right. She is sighing there, so I've turned it down a little bit.
Anything that those experts have based their opinions on. Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations. As it pertains to Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth did not receive notice that she's an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial on May 21st, and it wasn't until May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis of what her expected testimony would be. Essentially, and looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law, the Commonwealth was extremely surprised by this disclosure, and further, the Commonwealth would put that the defendant's delayed decisions to produce reciprocal discovery is in bad faith. It is intended to ambush the Commonwealth and conduct a trial by surprise. We are still receiving reciprocal discovery. Over the weekend, we received additional photographs that the defendant intends to use. The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So looking at all the balancing factors.
Why are they still getting stuff? I'm sure it's because people are still sending pictures to... I'm sure it's because people are still sending photographs and evidence and so forth to the defense team, because this is a case that is getting national interest. I don't have captions available. I would turn captions on if they were there, but I'm sure it's because people are just still sending stuff, right? So that's why they're getting late stuff. Yes, I can't turn on captions. There are no captions yet.
There's exclusion of Dr. Russell is really the only remedy that's appropriate, given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth cannot seek a continuance. The Commonwealth has their hands tied with how to effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness, as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any materials. We don't know what the experts' precise opinions are and what they were testified to. And it's essentially, it is in bad faith, and there's no less severe sanction. So the Commonwealth would move to exclude Dr. Russell. And at this point, we are essentially just seeking the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you.
Okay, so what the Commonwealth is asking for here is they want to kick out the defense dog bite expert, right? And that's a big deal, because that sounds to me like a big witness for the defense, right? That sounds to me like a critical witness for the defense. The other thing that they're saying is basically that they want, when they say they want the reciprocal obligation, what they want really is they want to set a deadline of you have 3 days to get all of the stuff. And if you don't get us the stuff in 3 days, anything new, you can't get. Nobody's heard anything about Chloe, and I have some concerns about that. If the defense hasn't given discovery this late, that is messed up. I'm sure that the reason why is that they're still getting materials. They have been giving discovery the whole time. It's just that there's still stuff left to give, right? They're still finding materials. They're still receiving stuff. So, because what they're saying is that they've been getting ongoing ongoing discovery, right? They've been getting ongoing dribs and drabs and so forth. Okay, so what they're asking for is some pretty severe sanctions or some pretty severe remedies, not really sanctions, but that would cause Karen Reed a lot of trouble. And Yanetti comes out hard, and Bev isn't having anything to do with it. We'll see that.
Very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
There's no mic at council table, so I'm going to go to the podium with the court's permission.
Yes.
We need to be heard on this.
That's why we're here, Mr. Yanetti.
Thank you.
All right, he's already doing a bit of grandstanding, right? So let's see.
I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here, can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay. Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
Your Honor, I need to make my argument in the way that I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince, correct?
I understand that. The Commonwealth.
So this is a bit of rudeness. She's saying like, hey, this is not really going to win me over when you're pounding the table and all of this, right? So that is, I don't like the tone. I don't like the tone on that one.
In a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yanetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We pulled the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell.
So he is pissed off, right?
I don't see your name at all, Mr. Yanetti. I'm on page 3.
I'm sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4. My apologies. My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court. It's about the 5th line down. It starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly as I said.
Okay.
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yanetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing, that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public, that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spend that into...
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point? We've got a jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is... My integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked.
Here's where she is at. I'm going to tell you, Yanetti, she doesn't care that your credibility has been attacked. But the flip side of that is that she isn't putting any weight on Lally's attacks. She's already dismissed Lally's like smoke screens / etc. She's already thrown that out. And so she's like, I don't need, really what she's saying here is I don't need this because I already know it's bullshit. And that's where I think the judge is. I think the judge is just saying, I don't need all of this. I don't need the theatrics and so forth because I already know that that's not an issue. Like, I already know that's not a problem. And I think we get to that when we see her ruling.
Attack, and I need to defend myself and my client. We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing.
I'm also just going to say, this is the kind of argumentation that tends to lose you the argument. This is a little overwrought. I agree with him. I agree with Yanetti, but I think he's pushing too hard. And, you know, I think he's pushing this issue a bit too hard in the sense that he's not wrong, but he may drive the judge away from him by being overwrought, by being like, and it's gotten to the point where it feels like this particular thing, he's had his buttons pushed. Lally got to him emotionally, or he's doing it for the cameras, one or the other. And I'm just like, and again, I don't think he's wrong to be pissed, but it may not help his client, if that makes sense.
By the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false video, before this good jury hearing this case. Never once.
So he's upset about the language they use about him, but then he says this nefarious attempt. You got to pick a lane on that, right?
During the direct examination of Sergeant Bukhenik, did they inquire or mention the fact that the video...
Can we please, all right, I'm going to stop you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Mr. Yanetti.
It's not a, Your Honor, it's most respectfully, it's not a speech. It's
okay,
it's a defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14.
She's basically saying move on from bad faith because I don't think you have bad faith. And I don't need the bad faith argument because it's very clear here. She doesn't think that there's bad faith. And she's like, I don't want to hear the bad faith. I just want to move on to the other issues because bad faith is not, she's just like, it isn't the issue here.
And let's do it in two separate parts. So you've changed, you're not calling Frank Sheridan,
No,
right?
we are calling Frank Sheridan.
All right. So you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van.
For the people saying, why can't she say it? It's because she can't say that she's reached a decision before she's heard the arguments, or that's an issue. If she says, I already decided that was BS, then that is itself an issue, and Lally would be getting up to his feet and making noise about that. So,
and E.
They've gotten his CV, and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time. And the court, I believe, has already suggested that voir dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth
You're going to need the whole
satisfied
day.
that you, when did you provide anything recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion, Mr. Yanetti?
Not on Mr. Vanny, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Vanny?
On Mr. Vanny, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are, anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
Okay, so I'm just going to say, assuming that's true, and Yanetti doesn't disagree with it, that's actually a legitimate complaint. If they've got an expert who they haven't provided what the expert is going to say, because you're required to say, like, we're going to call an expert whose opinion is that, you know, that it wasn't a car crash, or that this was not caused by dog, you know, or that it was caused by dog bites or whatever else, right? You've got to say what the expert is going to say. So, okay. Now we're going to get to why that didn't happen.
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Vanny relied upon and exactly what his opinion is. All right? By the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right. Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here
that's essentially it. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it.
Now the judge is going, are you kidding me? You're calling witnesses who you haven't like interviewed? You don't know what these witnesses are going to say? Because that is risky, right? That's dangerous behavior for a defense lawyer. That's dangerous behavior for any lawyer.
We've not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
See, I don't see that as being, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
and you have not complied with your Rule 14 obligations.
We can't, Your Honor. We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we need to get everybody here for voir dire. They can testify in a voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their testimony.
Okay, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right?
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist, correct?
She's a pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right, so this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday, and we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
Well, we'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If in fact the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the nature of their opinion, you must want it too, to be able to question them. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week,
I'm sorry, I was just,
last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, it's going to take them a second here.
with bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those three. With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour. Oh, I'm sorry, the only two from Martha, that's right.
You're only calling two? Which two? Are you calling the two that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Richler and Wolf. Yes.
Oh, and then the audio cuts out here. Or at least mine did. I don't know why the audio cut out here. So just an audio issue with the court thing. All right, let's talk about this. Let's talk a little bit about. Let's talk about like who won that. Who won that overall? I mean, I'm not going to say Bev was not like the Judge Bev was nice. I'm not going to say that I liked her tone at all. I am going to say it looks like Lolly walked away with not what he wanted. Lolly did not get what he was looking for because what he wanted was to force Yanetti into an impossible situation of provide disclosure that he couldn't possibly provide and to exclude the dog bite expert. And the experts are going in. The only way they're actually getting to hear or that that they're getting the discovery is through that through the voir dires. So ultimately, I think defense won this, and I think now you guys can disagree. My read on this, on how this shook out was basically that Judge Bev was saying, I'm gonna I've got you. You're gonna be okay, defense, right? You're not getting screwed here, but can we not do the big, production? And I've had at one point, I was doing a sentencing. The prosecution was asking for a very lengthy sentence, and I was asking for a much lesser sentence. And I was pounding the table. I was just hammering on the table, talking about how unreasonable the prosecution was and all of this. And the judge just eventually interrupted me to say, Mr. Runkle, I agree with you, but you could still talk me out of it. And that was a very strong hint of shut up, right? Stop dunking on the prosecution. Just take the win and move on. And that's really what I feel here. Now, that's my feeling, right? I don't know what's in the judge's head. I don't know, I don't have a hand drill handy to like peer inside her skull. I really didn't like her tone. I didn't like how she handled it. But that's really where I feel like she was on all of that thing. So that's kind of it. At the end of the day, I thought that Yanetti walked away with the win. I thought that Yanetti walked away with everything he needed out of that. And so, and I just got to say, as a defense lawyer, if a judge craps all over me and I still get what I need and I still get what I wanted out of it, I'm happy, right? I'm happy with that. And sometimes you get a judge who just wants to rip you a new one while still giving you the stuff you are asking for. And that's sometimes it's just a matter of moving on past that. So, okay. Now, I bet you forgot that Trooper Bukhenik was still on the stand. Because he is. We're going to start off with him.
No. Not brought up by, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday.
All right, we're going to skip over here, or skip back a little bit. All right. Now, if you're upset with me, great. Everyone's been upset with me at least at one point in this, coverage, and that is just fine. But yes, we've got Popeye the Sailor Man back here.
The tail light that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
As it is frozen, correct.
Welcome to criminal defense work, because as a criminal defense lawyer, you will be treated like crap by judges. It just is what it is. And I am sorry, I have missed some super chats I really have to cover here. So, Jeremy Morton says, today is a good reminder about how important defense lawyers are. Thanks for what you do. I'm going to have a rant about that when we get to Proctor. I'm going to have a rant about that. I'm sorry. It is what it is. You're going to have to sort of buckle up and put up with my BS for that for a hot minute. But we're gonna talk about it. And we got another one here. Canonical Heat saying, still trying to make Runkle mad. Grr. Yes, I made a joke at one point about I hate super chats, and now it's become a thing, and I'm kind of here for it. And there's one more that I got to deal with, which is this. And this one is to offset Proctor blowing the monetization. Shai Hulud is not the only worm here. I think that's a Proctor reference or possibly a brainworms reference. So, I don't have a hand drill that can reach to Canton. I think I've got like 3 hand drills, but I only use power drills. So, I've got some hand drills. I just don't really use them because they suck. All right. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of people kind of forgot that Bukhenik was, or Bukhenik, or yeah. Let's see. He's had a few things to say, but we're going to deal with him fairly quickly.
And on Wednesday, I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought up by, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday, Mr. Lally finished his questioning on Wednesday, then came back on Thursday. You continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Did not, no.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
I do.
And then I began asking you questions about the accuracy of this video. And at that time, for the first time, you said it appears that it is a mirror image. It's an inverted video, correct?
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
Yeah, I don't have.
Would you agree with me
like,
now? As
to get to the relevant timestamps, yeah, I watch them. I watch them during the day. I take down timestamps. I get ready. I sort of decide what things I'm going to talk about, what things I'm not going to talk about. So, yep, there's a whole bunch of prep that goes into it.
you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sally Port that night.
I would not agree with you, no.
You believe that what the jurors are seeing right here is a true and accurate, surveillance footage of the Sally Port that night.
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Which means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
Correct. If the jurors were actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
Okay, so all activity is actively depicted in the video when it's mirrored. So let's play around with that, because as it turns out, StreamYard has a feature that mirrors image. So here I've got some Clamato. And if you're wondering, the Clamato says on the back of it, contains clam anchovies. Just in case you really wanted your seafood in a beverage. Now, I just want, just as a general thing, what seems like a more accurate depiction? This one, where you can read the Clamato, or that? Does that seem like what's actually on the label? I don't, now, it's one thing to point out that the text is itself backwards. But the text isn't really the big deal, because let's say there was a very important question as to whether I was left-handed or right-handed. And so, is it not, it's not inverting? It shows it inverting for me. Okay. Why is that not working properly? Now I'm just trying to see is StreamYard. StreamYard isn't helping. All right. So much for my demo. It's only on my side. Great. All right, I had a great demo planned with the mirror feature that just doesn't work, apparently. Okay, so, if you invert this such that the text is backwards, and you're going to have to use your imagination, I guess, because, you're going to have a hard time reading it. But the sort of point being made here is that if there's a question as to whether I'm left-handed or right-handed, and you see me sort of fiddling with a, fiddling with a knife in one hand, and if the screen is flipped, no, I don't have a mirror handy. I don't know where I'd find a mirror right now. At least not one that, like, I wouldn't have to rip off the wall. Then, if this is inverted, then which hand is this in, right? That becomes a much bigger deal. And I don't know that I would agree with him that mirrored video is just no big deal. Whatever. It's, who cares? Like, it's whatevs. So, all right, we're going to jump ahead a little bit here, and I'm going to ensmallen again. Yeah, the big deal is that they were acting odd near the broken tail light, but the reversed video makes it appear as if they're not near it. Exactly that, right? That's exactly it. Is if I say I never touched it with my right hand, and I'm using a mirrored image where, in fact, I am touching it with my right hand, that is a big deal. Okay. So I think this is the long voir dire.
The admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
XX. Was it YY?
Nope, this is... I think this is where
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Caroni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, Unified County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
I'm just going to say, after this trial, if God's going to save the Commonwealth, it'll probably be the way he saved, like, Sodom and Gomorrah. I also criticized the judge, so, yeah.
Good morning, judges. We all met here at 8:30 to try and streamline things. And as a result of what we did this morning, it looks like there'll be some day this week that we will all meet to go through things that we need to go through, but we will excuse you.
I'm trying to find I had a moment where I was like, we have an agreement here, and I'm trying to find that right timestamp.
And 23 seconds, 5:30.
Oh, this is the timestamp.
Either testimony.
Here we go.
You are unmuted.
Jurors, sometimes lawyers have what we call stipulations rather than prolonging either testimony or calling an additional witness. Lawyers agree as to certain facts. So what the lawyers have agreed to here is that this video begins at 5:30 and 23 seconds, 5:30 p.m. and 23 seconds, and it ends at 5:48 and 15 seconds. And the total run time of the video is 5 minutes and 51 seconds. All right, your question?
Now, if you're paying attention right now, you just did some math in your head. And, he's going to go through it, and he's going to sort of discuss it, and we can skip all of that. But you just heard that there's 15 minutes of between the start time and the end time, and then 5 minutes of run time. That's like a whole lot of minutes that are just missing time. Now, they're going to try to explain it. They're going to basically say, listen, our system is set up such that it only records motion. And the problem that they have is that doesn't seem like it makes sense, because you will see people who are moving and that it cuts out right in the middle of their motion. And I had a lot of people on Twitter saying, Runkle, it couldn't possibly be on motion detection because there's people who are moving when it cuts out. Well, I want you to go do an experiment. Either you or somebody in your neighborhood has a motion-activated light by their garage, by their backyard, by their whatever, right? I've got several. So what I want you to do late at night is to go and stand in front of your motion-activated light and keep moving around. Because eventually it will cut out. And that's even if you're doing cartwheels, it'll cut out. So it is possible to me that their camera was set up stupidly. And I'm just going to say, this is an absolutely idiotic way to set up a camera at a police station. It's moronic. you should not do this, because literally this is the, this is not, but the problem with the motion activated is that it becomes impossible to prove exactly what the Commonwealth wants to prove here, which is thing didn't happen. You want to prove this thing would have been caught on video and it wasn't caught on video, so it didn't happen. Right? That is typically what police camera footage is trying to prove. When somebody is arrested or is at a police station or whatever else, they're almost never trying to prove that the person did something, because that person's typically in handcuffs. They're not likely stealing something at the police station. They're probably not fighting the cops. I mean, it's possible, but whatever else. Typically, the reason why police officers have cameras at police stations is to solve the issue of how did this dude end up face planting on the ground, right? Because suddenly this guy goes from walking in the door looking perfectly fine. I'm going to embiggen while I rant. And then later he's got like a big black eye. And the officers say, listen, we didn't do shit to him. He fell. He's just clumsy. He was drunk. He tripped and smucked into the ground. And that's all that happened, right? So that is, what do you call it? That's kind of the important thing to prove. And for that, what you need is continuous, uninterrupted video footage. So, if, and I'm saying if, because I can't say that this video isn't tampered with, but if this video is the way it is because of some stupid configuration, this is the dumbest configuration that it's possible to have. If we were to take this configuration and adapt it to your car, we could just imagine like setting up your car so that it randomly powers down while you are at highway speeds. That's not a good setup. Don't do that, right? So this is like, whoever set this up, if this was an accident, needs to be fired. And like, somebody needs to be fired, because if somebody set this up this way, then they're incompetent and they need to be fired. And if somebody tampered with the video, then they're a criminal and need to be fired and jailed. So pick your poison. But either way, somebody needs to not be employed. And in fact, we're going to hear today that there's a whole lot of people at the Canton, or at these police departments, that need to not be employed, right? They need to not be working at all. Okay, so we got that. We're going to move over to another witness, and this is the tow truck driver. I'm going to try to find him. He testifies for not all that long. All right. Tow truck driver.
Requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her daughter's boyfriend passing away. And
now, this guy says one thing that is real interesting. The rest of it is kind of less interesting.
Inside the house, is that also?
Or sorry, not the tow truck driver. I forget what this guy. I thought he was a tow truck driver, but no, he isn't. I don't know why my brain farted on that one. Let's let him introduce himself. This guy has one interesting thing to say. He has one sentence that's worth listening to.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Oh yeah, the Dighton cop. Yeah. He's the guy who looked at the car. That's
right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
Right, he
Good
arranged
morning,
for the tow
Morning.
truck.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Nicholas Barrows, Barros,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the town of Dayton.
And what, if any, role or what do you do for the town of Dayton?
I'm a police sergeant for the police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dayton Police?
Okay, so now we're getting into how long he's been at it. He says one thing that I thought was interesting. One thing that I thought was really important.
Highway superintendent, after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow, I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
Right, this
And
guy
just in
talks a lot
reference
about
to this
tow trucks.
driveway, just
I'm tired.
if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that driveway?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle? If you know?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight.
Okay, this guy is gonna describe the damage to the right rear tail light when the vehicle was picked up, when the vehicle was retrieved from that property.
To my best ability and recollection, that tail light was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
It was cracked and a piece was missing, but it was not completely damaged. You know, I've seen the pictures later on, right? I've seen the pictures later along the, you know, when it's in the Sally port. I don't think anybody could describe it as cracked and a piece missing, but not completely damaged. Because later, oh man, does it look completely annihilated. This dude, I believe, was telling the truth, right? This, to me, sounds like the impact from, you know, from Karen Reed hitting the other car, right? So this, to me, made perfect sense, and I was like, oh, that fits in with my theory. That matches what we've heard from other people who said cracked. And you know what we don't see
And
him?
then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
And as far as...
Now, I just want to talk about what doesn't happen next. Because what I would have expected would have been for Lally to say, hey, and we don't actually see this guy get crossed. They just are like, yeah, no questions, no problems with this guy. What they don't do is they don't show him the pictures of the smashed to shit tail light and say, hey, is this what you saw? Because if you think that he's going to confirm that smashed to shit tail light from, you know, what we see at the Sally port and later on is what he saw, I would expect I would absolutely expect that that Lally would have been like, so this is what you saw, right? You saw all of this damage just like I'm showing you right now. But that's not what he does. He just says, oh, yeah, So now the defense doesn't ask it, but the defense has no reason to poke that particular bear because for the defense, that's just risky. But I get the sense this guy is being honest. I get the sense that this guy did not see what the what the Canton Police Department later says is going on, and that makes me wonder when did that tail light get smashed? When in this chain of events did things get destroyed? Because I'm thinking, yeah. Okay, so now we move on and we get to what I think everybody will agree is the main event of today. And it's going to be the main event of Wednesday as well. It's going to be, this might be the trial, right? This might be the issue. So that is Trooper Proctor.
Welcome, officers. Welcome, officers down there. Just be mindful to step up. I'm going to set your face in.
Raise your right hand. So I'm sure the others get the court and jury in the case down here and speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, jurors.
All right, so here is our lead investigator. And I'm going to tell you, this guy is a real lesson. And now here is that rant that I promised you. I promised a rant, and you guys are going to get the rant. And this rant is brought to you by the power of alcohol because we kind of need it. So, one of the things people love to ask defense counsel is, how do you sleep at night? And the thing is people assume that defense counsel are the shitty people in every trial. Everybody treats defense counsel as kind of second-class members of the whole justice system. Whenever the public is saying we need more money for the court system, it's never defense counsel that are, that they want to fund. They never want to fund, public defender's offices or anything like that. Defense counsel people look down on. And I just want to say, Trooper Proctor, before they get into the text messages, and again, wait for me to finish on my rant. Wait for me here. Trooper Proctor, before he gets to the text... Oof, I got hiccups now. Carbonated beverages. All right, before he gets to the, the text messages... he actually comes off as fairly credible, as fairly believable. He gets annihilated with the text messages. The text messages just make him look like the worst sack of garbage ever. But before the text messages, this officer would probably be a fairly credible, fairly believable position officer overall. And I gotta say, I bet that this guy has testified in literally hundreds of other trials where nobody knew that he is a 6-foot tall sack of shit wearing a tie. That, nobody knew that because he conveys himself quite well. And you know who discovers that? You know who fought and gets that happening? Defense lawyers. Guys like this are on your streets being police. Now, I don't want to give you the feeling that this is all police. I don't want to give you the I don't want to give you the thought that this is every police officer, because it's not. There's plenty of good cops out there. And the shittiest part about being a good cop, if you are a good cop out there, you have my absolute condolences, because the shittiest thing about being a good cop is you got to work with guys like Proctor. And it's impossible to get guys like Proctor off the force. Proctor is still a cop. Proctor is still going to be a cop at the end of this, unless he ends up in jail or something like that. Proctor's doing just fine. He is on a path to have a great career with many promotions and to one day retire in a position of honor and to use his status as a former police officer to get discounts at various businesses right up until he dies comfortably in his bed, surrounded by, his kids and his loved ones. Notwithstanding the fact that even if he didn't do anything like framing anybody or whatever else, he is objectively a sack of shit. Even if he didn't obstruct the case, he is objectively the worst kind of garbage that should not be on the police force. Now, I'm just going to, but that's sort of being brought to light by defense counsel. And defense counsel get all the crap, right? Defense counsel we get shit talked. But it's kind of important. The other thing I'm just going to note here is that there are people out there on Twitter, who are saying, oh, it's not such a big deal, the stuff he said about Karen Reed, because, other people on Twitter said similar things about either Karen Reed or about Jen McCabe or about whoever else. And you know what? Those people ain't cops. People were throwing crap at Turtle Boy, and I don't know enough about Turtle Boy to say whether the allegations there were true or not. But Turtle Boy ain't a cop. Turtle Boy cannot arrest me. He just can't, right? So there's a different standard. And the thing is there are lots of creepy dudes out there, lots of creepy, crappy people. And it's a different thing when the creepy, crappy person gets access to your phone pursuant to a police investigation. Because, some young woman who's got nudes on her phone maybe shouldn't have to worry that if she's the victim of a crime or accused of a crime, that those nudes are going to be seen by, some giant sack of poop that's going to sit, smugly joking with his buddies. And I'm just going to say, he's going to say it's a joke. I don't believe for a second it's a joke. We'll talk about that, but people deserve better. A young woman, 19 years old, leaving a bar. She's had 5 drinks too many. She's drunk. She gets pulled over. She should absolutely have the confidence that the guy putting her in handcuffs for the proper offense of impaired driving, I got no problem with her getting arrested for the drunk driving, but she should be able to trust that the guy putting her in handcuffs on her own, maybe in the middle of nowhere, that officer should be beyond reproach, that officer should be somebody she could trust with everything. And this guy ain't that. I would not trust this guy to drive my wife home. I would not trust this guy to be alone with, no, this is gross. And what we're going to see is ugly. It's miserable. And this guy is an absolute affront to every woman out there who's got to deal with him. I don't think he's, and possibly men. I don't know what he does to, But the other thing, and I think this is somewhat missed, this guy is the person who has shown so little respect for John O'Keefe and John O'Keefe's family. And that is disgusting, because let's assume there's one of two possibilities here. Possibility one is Karen Reed is guilty factually, that she did it. In which case, this sack of lard, this waste of leather, is the best thing to help her not get convicted. If she did it. If she did it, this guy is doing his best to prevent her from being convicted. But if she didn't do it, then he's doing his best to make sure the real, whoever did do it got away with it. And every time he makes snarky comments about her, he is disrespecting John O'Keefe and he's disrespecting the family, because he is absolutely crapping on the investigation. This guy doesn't deserve the badge, because quite frankly, if you melt the badge down, the value of the brass that went into it is more than this guy is worth. So, all right. Let's dive in. Yeah. Let's dive right in. All right. I think it's at about 3:05 that we start getting into some stuff here.
Opened up the garage door for us and invited us in.
Now, if I could take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear taillight had essentially large pieces missing from it.
Huh. It's funny how between one cop to the other, we went from a little piece missing to large pieces missing, right? That was real fast that happened. All right. So somewhere in there, a bunch of pieces moved on.
Any part of that vehicle.
Skipping ahead.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
Now, as far as prior to leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Bukhenik do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, and just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point, you leave the Sallyport area, the Canton police station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that. Is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Bukhenik?
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation, and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially, a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of, I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort. In each investigation, we're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort to work on these cases, and essentially the case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in.
You hear what they're trying to say here? You hear what they're doing? They're saying, he's not actually that important just because he's the lead investigator. He doesn't really do anything. He's just a guy who happened to be there. He's like the secretary for the investigation. They just kind of are trying to, they're just kind of trying to twist that around, right?
But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Now, with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing in this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT.
All right, we're going to skip ahead a little bit here.
That's essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st?
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask just to publish
Emily's willing, or Emily's able to show up if she, whenever she wants, but I suspect she's got stuff she's up to. I don't have Emily on like.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the right taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV. You can see large pieces of it are missing.
Again, is that the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st as well as January?
Yeah, that seems like something you'd describe as cracked, and never did he show this to the other officer, right? Didn't show that to the other cop.
29th, obviously, minus the snow and the ice.
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir, yes.
Thank you, sir. Just when you can take that down, Mr. Officer, if you can have the lights back up. Thank you. Now, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that date, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Bukhenik, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services to essentially dig out the snow in
sort of in order to effectuate that. And with respect to that, as far as prior to that date of February 3rd, so that morning, pretty free about it.
So after the 29th, there was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of, heavy rain.
looking at there?
Jump ahead a little bit here.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors there that lead into the house. And above those garage doors is the Ring camera.
Now, with respect to the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, from your viewing of the video from Exhibit 6, from the Ring video, video number 153, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where it is on this vehicle that there's contact, if any, between this Reed's vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's.
It would have been in
I'm
this
sure Emily's
general
like,
area
sleeping.
here.
It's all good.
As far as your
I got
observations
this,
on
guys.
that date,
What's the,
February 3rd,
hold on.
maybe approach quickly.
Okay.
All right. Where's the thing I wanted to show you here? Here we go.
559.
Yes.
If you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
It's the rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle,
That's on the driver's side or the passenger side.
the driver's side.
And what, if any, damage did you observe in that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
Now it's interesting because if you watch the video, I don't think this is where the actual impact point was. The impact point to me looked like it was actually in the middle of the bumper, not the edge of the bumper. So I'm not sure this means anything. And I sort of saw it as like where the license plate, like the center of the vehicle. And so this appears to be a very carefully cropped image to me. And so I was like, wait, like when I'm watching this, I was like, this isn't the right picture. Are they leaving out a dent somewhere else? Because, yeah, okay. All right, so skipping ahead a little further.
And you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Oop,
Each
back a little.
First search warrant to Ring. What kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself? What, if any,
We're
other
gonna see some
information
very
did you
careful
receive as far as
or
accounts or
objectioning.
activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number, and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received pursuant to the search warrant from Ring, was there any kind of activity log? And what I mean by that, what, if any, information did you receive as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system. If someone logged in, was not provided with any record of who was logging in and what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term, just as far as videos are concerned or electronic devices, what's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, or the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the Ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage is pretty sensitive, so it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is approximately was when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing out. It never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts.
Now you notice that they're trying to play it both ways, right? They're trying to play this here as saying, on one hand, they're saying, oh, there's all these gaps in this video of the Sally port because it's motion activated. And then the other thing is that they're saying, oh, but there shouldn't be any gaps in the Ring camera footage because it's motion activated. Huh. Pick a lane, because which do you want it? Is motion activated, motion activated perfect or motion activated crap? Which is it? Yeah.
Ms. McCabe and Ms. Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
Now, I'm just going to go back so we can hear that second bit, because some jerk was talking over it.
It's about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Ms. Reed's backing out and never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Ms. Roberts, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
Huh. There's another explanation for that whole broken taillight thing. And you know what that other explanation is? Maybe it didn't actually happen. Maybe you're believing some people who are just not credible. So maybe that's the issue.
What, if any, follow-up or inquiry did you make of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I inquired several different times as far as if a video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry, but next question, I'll allow that.
You see, the judge has said he inquired about that. What the judge is not letting him answer and what the prosecution is trying to get out, I'm inferring from the absence of the evidence here, or the absence of what they are trying to get through. What he's hoping to say is, listen, the logs don't actually give us any details as to when a video was deleted. That, I think, is what the prosecution is trying to get out and trying to argue. I don't know. Defense is objecting, and they can't get that in because the way you'd have to get that in is through somebody at, Ring. That's, which is Amazon. So, yeah.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Essentially, a digital footprint is if a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
Oh, cool. I just saw this one, just catching up. We'll be watching in the morning, but here's a few kroner from Iceland. I've never been to Iceland. I would love to go to Iceland, although I have been advised that if I do go to Iceland, I should skip the penis museum. Iceland has a museum of, and I've been told it's very creepy.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their videos system is concerned in regard to a digital footprint?
Objection.
Not what anybody told you, but what you received.
That if a video is deleted,
Objection.
The objection's sustained.
Move to strike.
I'm going to strike that.
You see how defense is very
Upon your further
carefully
inquiry of
guarding
Ring, were you
this.
ever able to obtain any video from those specific sections where you anticipated video would be?
no.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention.
Just as an aside, a friend of mine from who's actually a Crown prosecutor has described that museum in Iceland as the Dead Dick Mausoleum. So, yeah.
To January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
Bev wasn't really helping Lolly out there. Bev actually kept that evidence out in response to the defense objections. I don't think that the defense was upset by how Bev covered that. So, yeah.
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes,
And where was that?
in the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation, as far as yourself, was Sergeant Bukhenik with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Bukhenik and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking me to my next point, that was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Bukhenik made as far as availing yourself or availing of that particular testing.
Correct.
And as far as the testing or the, do you know how that was, or can you describe for the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with like a, it's basically just.
All right, he does that. We're going to move on to post break. We got the Court TV logo. We got the fan.
That means you're not to consider it. Okay.
Oh, she's just reminding people of what striking things mean. All right, let's we're gonna go through this. I'm gonna pause just before we start to the text because I have to get through the super chats from before, and then because I expect that there'll be some comments that come in during the text, so I don't want to get too far back.
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, with reference to, before we broke, we were talking a bit about Julie Albert and Christopher Albert, correct?
Yes.
And, how would you describe your relationship, if any, between Julie Albert and Christopher Albert prior to January 29, 2022?
Loose acquaintances.
People that you knew through your sister, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to the occasions that you...
Okay, so we're not going to go through all of this because the next, 20 minutes is basically them going, so let's talk about everyone in this case and how little you know them, right? Let's talk about how little you know everybody in Canton. And the reason why is because they're trying to say, oh, yeah, this is not a conspiracy. You know, I hardly know them. They don't go to my school. Yeah. All right. So that is kind of that bit. I cut it off at just one person, but it's just now I'm sure that on cross-examination, all of this, I don't know this person. I don't, I've never heard of them. I'm sure that's going to get explored and they're going to say, really? Yeah. It's kind of the anti-begats because it's honk banana, no, it's like the unbegats. So yeah. And Gringa says, good thing this dude is already married. Can you imagine trying to meet new women after this? You know what the sad thing is? I'm betting this guy's going to do I betting he does just fine. If he got divorced, there'd probably be women waiting to, it just is what it is. Because sometimes both men and women make bad decisions. And I kind of feel like he is all the bad decisions there. Fightbot, why are you fighting people? I'm like, what is Fightbot all about right now? I got Fightbot running. Fightbot is, Fightbot is doing Fightbot things. So, all right, let us go through some super chats because after this, we got a whole bunch of texts, and you know what? As much as this is a recap, I would love to tell you I've got just the, I ran out of, ability to timestamp all of the texts because it's just so much. And I was basically like, all right, I've got to timestamp every, 2 minutes. So... yeah. Greg says Lally's resorting to conviction at all costs at this point. I don't know what's going on in Lally's head. M169, maybe do more full days of court. I would love to. The problem is I got to work. And so usually I'm lawyering during the day. Forest and Fauna, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. M22, thank you so much. Aislinn R, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Uncivil Law, I still love you, Runkle. Well, thank you. Thank you, Kurt. Entry required. What kind of man lacks a hand drill? I've got hand drills, but use power drills for most things, right? Alex says, I don't get upset. I'll disagree from time to time, but learning from a different perspective is knowledge or ideas I possibly never considered. And you know what? I'm not going to pretend that I'm necessarily infallible either. I could be wrong. I do my best. So, yeah. Stephanie 1208, so glad you started off with Spice. Crazy day. It is indeed. We're going to get to some stuff there. Jess Catlisi for the demonetization fund. Proctor needs karma. Yep. Rainman YYC, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Chelsea, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Jack Druger, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. And Fiona W, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Patty P, thank you so much. Runkle hates super chats. Moondragon, wow, Proctor on the stand is fire. It is something. Laura Christine, let the spice flow. Thank you so much. Allison, have fun with it, Runkle. Oh, we're going to have some thoughts. AGLMTC, Demonetization Action Fund. Thank you so much. Today was a weird day. Fiona W for the spice and the demonetization. And Ella, thank you so much for the super sticker there. Callista, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Morgan, welcome aboard. Thank you. Kate Manning, welcome. Thank you. Brissy Girl, good to have you here. Steve Kelsey for the demonetization. You Rockian, I love your humor. Thank you so much. It's going to be a weird day today because there's lots. Patty P, fire, fire, fire. Yes. Greg, I think it's safe to say Yanetti undersold this during his opening. The text messages, I'm going to say, we heard some fire about the text messages at the beginning. Like we heard some, and I was stunned when the text messages turned out to be so much worse than was given to us in the opening. The opening was like, oh yeah, we're going to hear some gross stuff about, in the text. And I was like, oof, I am waiting for that. And then we actually saw the text. We heard the text today and I went, holy crap. So, yep, it was something. It was something, something exceptional there. So, yep. Chris Mullen, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Pomoster, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Kamala Norris, thank you so much. Or Kamala, not sure which. Rachel Crewbane, Demonetization Scott Fund, thank you. Rainman YYC, Alternative Monetization, thank you. Mrs. Joel SFL, Bev seemed kind of done to me today. I think she's sick of this trial, honestly. If I was her, I would be pissed off that this trial is still going because I would just be... Every time I had to get up and get myself out of bed to go preside over this crap, I'd just be, yeah. Emily Ahrens, Proctor acts like Karen Reed dumped him or something, in my opinion. There's some weird thoughts there, Callista, but isn't she hurting the record the defense was trying to make? Would this hurt an appeal? Why would defense appeal when they won? Like, they're not going to appeal on that on that exchange because they won that exchange. If they make an appeal of overall bias, they could use it. But, yeah, I don't think it's going to be hugely impactful. Wendy Wilkinson, the C word isn't liked by this Aussie either. Fair. Amanda Walton, been waiting all day for this recap. All the spice. Thank you. Music to my soul. I am profoundly deaf. Please enable captions. I would if I could. I'm going to try again because the captions thing, captions take YouTube some time. So I'm going to try. I'm hitting the refresh to see if we can get captions back or if we can get captions going. I'm sorry, they're still not available.
Prior to February 29, 2022.
Wait, pause. There we go. Captions are still not available. That's nothing I can do about it, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. Lynn P. Question, is it weird that the plastic light pieces are so clean? Shouldn't they be dirty if they were collected off the ground under the snow? Snow's pretty clean, actually. If not, does it matter who cleaned them and when? You can wash things with clean snow. So, Casey Cat for the Torches and Pitchforks Fund. Laughing emoji, and then sunglasses emoji. Love it. Joy W101, non-monetized fund, and because you hate super chats, thank you. Manders 13, wish defense made a record of Bev's scoffs and noises. It'd be hard. I don't even know if they can hear them. Meredith, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Volkus, do we need to break out the F-bombs, Ian? There are tactical ones now. The F-bombs are kind of buried in some stuff. I got to clean up, and I got stuff everywhere. Kat, good evening, Ian. Thanks for streaming. I've enjoyed your commentary on the case thus far. Thank you so much. L. Fliggins, Aunt Bev is better than Glanville, Young Thug. The Young Thug stuff is insane. And yeah, Glanville has lost the plot. It's nothing. CG Spider, for your next Tuesday fund. Thank you. Canonical Heat, mildly shocked at 19 months. Thanks for all you do, Runkle. Thank you. Kaylee Mack, very respect my authority. Authorita of Bev. A little bit, yep. Marmar, motion to rename any heavy size to Bev size. I'm okay with that. Amanda Walton, thank you for the gifted membership. Steve A, she may know it's BS. He's making a record of it. It's true. Lindsay 902, I hear you, Runkle, and I agree with your thoughts on the judge, but she lets Lally dally, then rushes the defense. It's a bad look. I agree. I think she leans prosecution, but I don't think that this particular exchange was as bad as some people were making it out to be. Equality, he's doing it for cameras because Bev's biased. Fair. Bootsy Corsaro, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Casey Cat, the defense couldn't interview these witnesses provided by the feds because the judge told them they couldn't. And that's kind of ridiculous. Moonshine 35, at least the judge isn't shopping on her phone during the trial. High bar, but this is Canton, so yep. Jay Sellens, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. I will admit I have shopped on while doing coverage sometimes, but I have attention deficit. Beach Rando, doctor flips an x-ray and operates on the wrong leg. Gah, I hope not. Gringa, good thing this dude is already married. Can you imagine trying to meet new women after this? Yep. Harmony says, wait, what's the difference between a hand drill and a power drill? Hand drill uses like hand power, like, you know, the old hand drills. They have like hand power drills, but yes. Did you miss Runkle's reaction to the text messages? No. Happy Monday, Runkle and chat. What a day. Oh, crap. So StreamYard has decided to stop starring chats. Jolene, thank you so much for the gifted membership. We're going to try to do what we can to make sure that everything is starred, but I don't know why StreamYard has stopped that, because that is bad. I'm going to try to cover everything we can. If I miss some, I am sorry. Apple Jam PB, I live in MA. No such thing as clean snow within 20 feet of a roadway. Salt, gravel, road scrapings, ew. Fair. Just Sarah, do your things. Do you think the defense undersold the text messages purposely? If so, it was a brilliant choice, in my opinion. Thanks for the stream. I don't know. Amy Griff, I wish I could see the jurors' faces. If I could have had one day to be sitting in that courtroom to watch the jury reaction, this would be the day. Nicole Ling, thank you so much. I guess the other day to possibly be in there to see the jury's reaction is if Karen ever testifies. Joel Prince says, thanks for the gifted membership given last week. I'm glad you got it. Maria Teresa, thank you for the new membership. Marielle, knowing what's coming, I couldn't imagine being a female and / or disabled victim with him on my case. Yeah, it's a thing. Wendy Wilkinson, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Nebraska Jeff, Proctor will still pull more women than Higgins. Higgins is the silica packet, so yeah. I don't know where. Yeah, play it safe. Go to the Condom Museum in Tokyo. I'm trying to cover everything I can just to make sure there's nothing missed. After he had Proctor read all of the text, I'm starting to wonder if Lally isn't creating the greatest malicious compliance threat of all time. Possibly. This is the rare case with evidence under the hood of the state. This is why jury nullification is noble and just. Maybe. It depends on the case, because our system, current system, has no justice. Jury nullification is not inherently just, because there could be circumstances where, for instance, a jury could nullify to convict because they don't like the guy. So I pulled that one up earlier. There's probably others that I missed. I'm sorry. I can't find them. Normally, StreamYard stars them for me. We're going to do what we can. Rob says, Ian, I demand to know where you can get your timestamps from, or else I'll hold you in contempt. He's either civil or criminal based on how that will impact my ruling. There was a weird word in there. Yeah, that we'll pull that up a little bit there. For the Scotch Fund, may I suggest Highland Park, Orkney Islands, single malt Viking Pride, brilliant tipple. I'll have to try that. Proctor should be ashamed on the stand after text. He should resign. Like, that's what he should do. Okay, let's pull him back up. And we'll do that, and we'll just keep going.
Loose acquaintances.
All right, so where do we go? Okay. We're going to skip ahead a bunch and get to texts, because it's after sort of this. I believe Alita retweeted a video of some media coverage of the female juror reactions today. Yes, I saw that. Just for the sort of people who haven't seen that, essentially, from what I understand, the juror makeup is like 10 women and 2 guys. So a lot of women. And apparently they were horrified. Apparently they were just stunned. And I'm not surprised. Nicole Ling, my dog Brucey believes in sharing his treats for Zora and Potter Treat Fund. I will tell you, neither Zora nor Potter believe in sharing their treats. They are aggressively treat-oriented. They won't fight, but they will definitely... is it 10 jurors, 7 men? Okay, yeah. It's heavily...
Yes. Trooper, if I can direct you back to page 2529 within that packet before you. And below.
The other thing is, even if the women don't outnumber the men, 10 women, 7 men, 5 will be alternates. So let's assume worst case scenario for women on the jury, that 5 women are alternates. And so we end up with 7 men and 5 women on the eventual panel making the decisions, right? So if that happens, then you still have a jury room with 5 women in it. And I'm going to say, if you're a dude and you're trying to say, oh, those texts weren't a big deal, there's going to be 5 people looking at you going, the hell you say? I think that it's going to be very difficult for anybody in that jury room to say, it's not a big deal. It's not, it's not a problem. And Rob, good to see you. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships there. Much appreciated. Okay, let's jump ahead here.
That text stating what's that? I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you say there?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And sir, if I could direct your attention again within that same packet to 2532. And there's a message there sent at 10:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, who's the friend in Tennessee? Because I met a lot of people in Tennessee, and I can tell you, none of them would have wanted to be on that text exchange. So, yeah.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
And what, if anything, were you saying, or what was the purpose of that text in regard to the homeowner?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
Oh, no significance to it. You weren't saying, no, he's not going to be in some shit because he's a cop. Already, when I heard this, I was already like, no, sir, you are not being honest at all. So, yeah, I was just telling him that he was a cop. No, you weren't. You were telling him that he has nothing to be worried about with this investigation because he's a cop. Fuck your... I was going to say bald-faced lies, but I don't want to actually mock his appearance. Other than to say he looks a little bit like Agent 47 when he puts on the black gloves. But, like, that was already BS. That was already full of crap. I'm already going, oh, screw you, buddy.
Now, if I could turn your attention to 2533. And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what are they saying?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital.
I reinstalled it too.
He was banged up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number, what does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection sustained is to form.
Hey, lawyer, you
What, if any,
know
response did you
fans,
provide?
welcome aboard.
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and the answer.
I'll strike it.
Now, turning your attention to 2534.
Welcome, lawyer, you know people.
And from this page, sir, if you could, again, just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was
Looks
a woman
like a
cop
thumb.
that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
Okay, let's go back, because again, some jerk-ass was talking.
So the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
In those last two.
So he initially thought that it was somebody in the house. The owner of the house beat him.
Your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Bear, let's focus.
I'm just gonna say I wasn't discovering the pink tax. I was criticizing. And tonight it's assuming no internalized misogyny on the jury. I'm not assuming anything. Women can be more critical, but women do tend to rally together against what they perceive as outside attacks. So do men, but yeah.
What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Now turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that page and just indicate to the jury who is talking and what is being said.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response.
Why are you talking with some rando in Tennessee? And I mean, if I'm Jackson, I'm going, who is this friend in Tennessee? Tell us all of this stuff. If I'm just like, why are you sharing all of this with some random dude from Tennessee? I mean, the hot chicken is good. I like the hot chicken, but I don't feel like that's a person to tell all your secrets to.
Gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, gone to an argument.
I think we speak out loud or out of turn.
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
But
if I could say this, there needs to be an identifier of who's speaking.
I understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
So she said, your objection is overruled. And then he clarified the objection. He's like, hey, nobody knows who's saying what. And then she goes, oh yeah, that is actually a good, objection. So, yeah. He wins that one.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No, just after the, gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point him?
I seem to have
Sir,
lost
page
the
2535, you have a response to that.
auto star entirely. That's weird. Oh, hey,
Correct.
Emily in the
And what is that
chat.
response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
Objection.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy. If the reading
So I understand. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you go point for your witness?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Emily, StreamYard has decided to turn off auto starring, and I don't know how or why or what's
Okay.
going on. But
It's a HTML link, it's whiteout / Proctor iCloud / group chat Feb 2022. So you point out.
there we go.
have for a second, please?
Yes, sure.
Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go show your witness? Why don't you just read it, Mr. Lally, and
Rob,
tell us who
thank
you
you.
attribute it to?
So, sir, what I'm asking you about is the bottom of page 2535, 2535. You indicated Bukhenik, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Rita struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So at this point, I'm like, I was kind of a little bit like, okay, they're going through the texts, and why are they allowing him to say basically what he thought at these different points? Why isn't the defense objecting more to this? And later you're going to see why. Because they're getting out the bad information. That's reasonable. Lally is doing better at getting ahead of bad information. But this is so bad that you just can't get ahead of it properly.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2537. Now, do you see a response toward the bottom of the page from yourself, January 29, 2022 at 11:04 p.m.?
No,
Yes.
fair enough.
Can you read that response for the jury?
I get
Yeah,
what
but
you're
there'll be some
saying, and I'm
serious
not trying to
charges
be.
brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that?
That throughout the course of the day, we had compelling evidence that Ms. Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And you have two responses.
See, that seems objectionable just to say that, but they didn't, and so that is what it is.
From friends, the same friends at the bottom of that page, 2537. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please, Trooper Proctor. Jurors can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Number ending in 5051. Got to be. I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. The second response, same number. She hot at least.
And turning your attention to the next.
She hot at least. It's starting to get ugly. I'm just going to say, if you are a cop, any woman you encounter as a witness, as a suspect, or whatever, should basically have all of the effect on you as a lump of plaster, which is you should not be worried about whether she's hot or not, because really that is not part of your consideration. You cannot you can't hit on the witnesses. You can't hit on the suspects. You can't hit on the victims. I know it's hard, but phrasing. Okay, moving on.
Page 2538 at the top. If you could just read a series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep. So these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Objection.
So,
okay, here is where I'm getting demonetized. We're going back to it. Now, one of the things you often want to do is that there are people, who will say awful words. Awful words. And we're not worried about the monetization. We're just going to play it. And the thing is you want them to say it. You want to put those words into their mouths. You want to make them say that in front of the jury. Proctor doesn't want to say it. And so, you know what? Jackson is there with the objection to be like, no, that's not what you said. You got to say it the way you say it. And Jackson is going to hold him to it. And the judge sides with Jackson. So.
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep. So these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Objection.
so don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yes, she's a babe.
I'm just going to say, and Emily, the fun for next Tuesday. Thank you so much. I'm just going to say here, I don't hate the way the judge made him spit it out, because the judge actually framed it in a way that makes it worse. If I'm defense counsel, I am super happy with the judge and the way she actually forced it out of him. Let's go back and listen to her words, and we're going to hear his, but you know.
From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Objection.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt.
These are your words, Trooper Proctor? Go ahead and say them. Whew. Ooh. She was unapologetic there. She was just like, you know, and you know what the worst thing is? You know what the really, really worst thing about this is? This isn't even the worst thing he says in these messages. And yeah, Emily says, I know people think this judge is unfair to the defense, but she very clearly made him say what he said. And I agree. She did not let the officer off the hook, and she could have. She could have said, this is a text. So spell it like it is spelled out in text, right? But yeah, she just is like, she says, these are your words. So keep in mind, every time you text about your ex, about your boss, about, whoever, keep in mind that one day you might have to read that text out loud in front of a jury of 12 people who will pretend that they've never even heard of that word before, let alone said it. And just maybe think about that when you choose your words, because, I have made numerous people read back words like that. I've made people read back the hard R-N word on multiple occasions. I have, it just is what it is. Don't do it. And you know what the other one that really, really sucks is? I'm just going to say, if you like doing the sexting, get something with that like allows for your sex to auto delete, because sometimes people got to read those in court. And I will say that really sucks. This is not the worst thing this guy puts in writing. And he's a cop. He should know better. He should know better.
Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Objection.
Yep.
Cunt.
Yep. I didn't mean to go through
No
that
ass.
part.
Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
That's what I wanted to get. There we go. She's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. They're doing like a rating of her physique. There's lots of good cops out there who would not be involved in this, but I can tell you, every cop who was involved in this text chain and didn't have a problem with it is not a good cop. And he's like, if you are embarrassed to be saying this in front of the jury, you should be embarrassed to have ever put it in writing. It's gross.
And sir, what is it that you were referring to there, or why would you text that?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Ms. Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The arrested.
Why is this being allowed, right? Well, I mean, I guess it's explaining the text, but he's like, yeah, no, we don't think he did it. I'm like, okay. Yeah.
The unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
How rehearsed was that, folks? The unprofessional and regrettable comments, I shouldn't have put. Let's hear that again, just because it was the most rehearsed.
Duff, the compelling evidence against Ms. Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Sir, that was rehearsed as hell. How many times did you say that in front of the mirror? Because I'm thinking it was lots. And I think it was Rihanna who has a song that says, and I'm sorry, chat, I'm going to sing a little bit. Don't tell me you're sorry because you're not. Baby, when you know you're only sorry you got caught. Put on quite a show. Very entertaining. Yeah. You ain't sorry, buddy. You just didn't like that you got caught. This one. If you wouldn't put it on a billboard outside your grandma's house, maybe you shouldn't say it. I'm just going to say my grandma has passed, but she had a sense of humor. So I don't know if that explanation or that example works with my grandma. So, yeah. No bet.
Sure. At some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540.
No bet.
And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? From the prior page, possibly.
To his pants cost $80. That's a reference to that golfer. And are the pants insured for fire damage? Because them pants be on fire with his testimony. Yep.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, when they were talking about how, her having no ass, in their words, they shared that with a picture of her being perp walked. A picture of her being perp walked to show no ass. She should be able to trust that while she's in custody, that they will not be doing that shit. This isn't just like them having some locker room talk, which is a way people like to apologize for that kind of thing. This is them having the locker room talk, the crappy talk, but also using the resources and the power of the state to do it. They're using government power to creep on Karen Reed. Disgusting, sir. Disgusting.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Got number ending in 4146. Question, is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nutbag, as Chief would say. I also respond with, she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
What? So is that chick a smoke? No, they call her a nutbag. And then he says, leaky balloon nut leaks poo. Well, let's talk about that, because I believe she's got Crohn's and has had surgeries around that. They're mocking her disabilities. It's Oh man, I am. If somebody was talking about somebody close to me like this, I would want to just go off, right? This is insane. And you see, he does not like having to read these in front of court. And you know what? Good. But I think that this shouldn't just be an embarrassing time for you. This should be a career ender. This is absolutely disgusting. And I'm just going to say, I met a lot of really lovely people in Nashville. And I will say that a lot of the people who came out, there were a lot of people with various forms of disability, which is wonderful. It's lovely that there's all sorts of people out there who are watching, but it really emphasizes just how shitty this is. Just how, like, these are all real people, right? You can't, and somebody who's taken into custody expects and should be able to expect that the police will treat them with dignity and respect. If you have a health condition, like if you've got a colostomy, you should expect that the police are going to treat you with respect and are going to be careful of that. If you have, like, I've got a back condition, I've got a bad back, I expect that if I'm ever taken into custody, that they will have some regard for this. And what we're seeing is exactly the opposite. We're seeing them actively attacking and mocking her and having no respect for her at all, based purely on, he's going after her disabilities. It's...
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
Again, to misread some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made, that I'm not proud of.
Sir, this isn't your disciplinary hearing. Nobody believes you when you're going on about, like, the thing is you wouldn't have done shit about these comments if you weren't caught on them. And you're going to go back to making these kinds of comments. Like, let's be honest here, right? You're going to go back to making these kinds of comments once you think no one's watching. You thought they were real funny at the time.
Attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages. What, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding this?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
So that was scripted as hell. Let me tell you, integrity is a hell of a word to drag out right now. Because, sir, you've got no freaking integrity. Not any. You don't get to talk about integrity when you're doing that. Disgusting. You're a disgrace. to, you know what? John O'Keefe spent his days wearing a badge, and that badge meant something to him. We have seen everything we've seen about John O'Keefe suggests that he was a stand-up guy. He was, you know, that badge that they may well have buried him with, because that's fairly common. You disgrace that badge by wearing it. Resign in disgrace. Like, just, you want to talk about integrity? A man with integrity would resign. And a man with integrity who was involved in that text exchange would have reported you. But they didn't. Bukhenik didn't. All of those others didn't. So, you've got no integrity, sir. You've got nothing. Let's go back and watch that. It is so rehearsed. It is so disgusting. It is miserable. And we're going to watch it at one time just to angry up the blood, I guess.
As far as attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding this?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
Disgusting. Disgusting. And you said that with a straight face. Oh, that makes me just so mad. So mad. I don't know. I'm furious. Furious. And, you know, when he talks about integrity, I'll go back to this point. I made it before. I'm going to say it again. This was incredibly disrespectful, not just to Karen Reed, but also to John O'Keefe and his family. Because John O'Keefe and his family deserved an investigation that was not full of jackwits like yourself that were like, if you had respect for the case, respect for the investigation, respect for the families, respect for the dead, you would not have been talking like this on their investigation. It is absolutely insane. No. Resign. Resign. Find a job you're suitable for. Like, you know. This is gross.
May I approach this retrieve?
Yes.
Let's see. I have Crohn's, many surgeries, broke a fellow football player's nose in college, making fun of me. I wouldn't do the same now. He made me mad. Kinda. Yep. Classic abuser language. It's just a joke. Not sorry for what he said. Only sorry he got caught. It didn't affect anything. Oh, I'll tell you the one I'm sure was not a joke. He's going to play it off as a joke, and I'm sure it wasn't. Let's see.
Now, Trooper Proctor, contained within, you've seen text messages amongst yourself and a variety of different people from that same sort of iCloud area of your personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And among those, are there communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
One communication was to coordinate interview times for firefighters and police officers and to set up a conference room
Yeah, no one
where
cares
those
about that
interviews
one.
could be conducted. Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police officers were not going to be sitting in on these interviews. Another communication was to inquire of relevant security videos that are in the area. Their local department, they know the area very well, so I reached out and asked if there's some good cameras in the area that I had of kind of interest in.
May I approach? the witness?
Yes.
I don't know what his wife thinks about this. She may not have any problem with it. I don't know.
I'm showing you another document, just asking if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I'd asked you about the prior packet, as far as a first message sent date and time, last message sent date and time, what is indicated on this first?
First message sent date time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
And 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similar to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just
That's a lot of messages to send to his sister. I like my brother. We don't text that much.
in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th of 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
It's a text message from my sister.
What does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and Mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of it, my mother had a stomach bug.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2667.
Also, I guarantee you, if he did this in this case, he's done it in other cases. Like he's done it about other, about other women they've encountered, this kind of thing.
And these are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What?"
At least it
Why?
wasn't you up.
I respond, "I just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually just interviewed Jen McCabe, said she knows you."
And they
Oh,
knows
Jen
you, who are you
McCabe
referring
knows
to?
his
My
sister,
sister.
who he
How does
talks
your,
to
sister respond
so
to that?
often.
Cut the shit. I responded, "You." It was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, "Yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie." My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, "You still working?" ? I says, yeah, going to be out for a while. Homicide.
And as far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time, on the afternoon of January 29th, what were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was
why
out
are
working.
you leaking
She didn't share
details
anything
of a
specific.
confidential
I didn't share anything
investigation?
specific on cases of my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
The innocent
Turning your
conversation
attention
is
to the
about a
next page,
corpse found on a
2669.
frozen
Again,
on
if you
a
could read
front
from that
lawn.
page as far as who was talking and what the content is.
All right. My sister starts off, "The Canton thing is a homicide." I respond, "This is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone." She said, "Of course not." I respond, "In the very least, it's suspicious." She responds, "This is your livelihood." And then I would never miss with.
By the way, if you got to send somebody a text where you say, don't say anything to anyone, maybe you shouldn't be doing that. Right? Yeah.
That 3:07, I respond, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them.
I'd like to direct your attention to page 2672.
Lolly's going to take him through all the
These are
texts he
messages
thinks are
from
bad.
February 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the one at the top starts about February 1st, 5:57 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read through as far as who's speaking and what the content of those messages are.
I texted my sister, "What's up?" She responded, "Nothing. Just saw Julie, and she said
Right.
when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift." And I respond, "Get Elizabeth one." Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister responds, "Because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this." And then she writes, "Elizabeth?" ? I respond with, "She's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights."
So, he discusses getting gifts for conducting an investigation. You know what shit a police officer should never be doing? Getting gifts for an investigation. There's a word for that. There's a word for when people give you things related to your job. That ain't good. You know, oh, don't give it to me, give it to my wife. Oh, that's never been done before.
My sister responded with, "Yeah, but she knew what life is like married to a cop."
And sir, as far as the gift that's mentioned, as far as Julie Albert, is that anything that you have received at any point in time?
I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
Oh, you never asked for a gift. Did you not just say, give it to my wife? You lying sack of monkey dung?
How would you describe this context of this conversation, or why that's being discussed at this time?
Again, I don't know the thought process of my sister and Julie as far as bringing that idea of a gift into play. Like I said, I didn't ask for one. I never received one. The same with my wife.
You know what the thing you say is? I could never take a gift for doing a case. Something like that. You shut that shit down.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2676. And again, if I could ask you to start at the top of the page and read through and just indicate as far as who's speaking and what they're talking.
I start out, we write like 8 to 12 warrants on each case. My sister responded, "No, I have no idea what the hell you do or how it works." I responded on the 10th at 7:36 p.m. "I'm starving, but I also just want to go home. Thanks, though." My sister responds, "Yeah, but is dinner going to be waiting?" She responded with, "Ha, ha, ha." And then I responded, "Yep." And then my sister responded with, "Okay, it's fine. Mom and I just don't want to go home."
Why does he text with his
Proctor?
sister
Yes.
like he's got something on the side? You know what? We're not getting into that. He's very friendly with his sister.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
That said, I just want to say I do want to congratulate this guy on overcoming adversity because he had to overcome a lot to get to where he is right now. I don't know how he got out of Johnny Depp's bed after Amber there, but good for him. That wraps up a lingering question from the Depp trial. Whatever happened to the Grumpy? It's now a police officer.
I'm going to document, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and I.
Again, what is your wife's name?
Elizabeth.
And what, if anything, does that indicate as far as dates and times and number of messages involved?
Okay, so the first message sent 5/20/2022 at 6:19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16 p.m.
And what, if any, indication does it give as far as number of messages within that text chain?
1,632.
And of those 1,162, there's one message that's listed on that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time of that message, and what does it say, and who's speaking?
This is me speaking on June 9th, 2022 at 4:56 p.m. I text my wife, waiting to lock this whack job up.
And what are you referring to in that text, sir?
I'm referring to the arrest after Ms. Reed was indicted by the grand jury.
And again, as far as the terminology that you use in that text message to your wife, why is it?
Again, unprofessional messages I should not have sent.
You see how he keeps coming back to the same rehearsed language.
I don't have an explanation other than they're regrettable and it's something I'm not proud of, the language I used.
May I approach the retriever?
Yes.
They're regrettable, but I shouldn't face any
So,
actual
Proctor, the jurors
consequences
can't hear
for
you.
them.
So speak directly into your microphone the way I'm doing, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, regrettable, but there shouldn't be any actual consequences. Oh my God. Greg says, I believe the only thing he finds regrettable about his text is that the world sees who he is now. Yep. Maggie Beth, Orkney Islander, I suggest you try Scappa instead. Okay. Boppet, Pup Snacks, thank you so much. Tracy Curtis, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Cadillacs, thank you for the, I love that. Thank you for the YouTube membership. We'll get through some super chats while they're doing their sidebar. MLS God of Law, believe all cops, laughing emojis. Yeah, I hear you. Stephanie, there's no coming back from this. And what Dighton Cop said, Proctor is a, I'm not sure what that symbol is. Teardrop is a thingy. Okay. The world wonders that he's likely to keep his position is why I reject most supposed good cops. A good cop that turns a blind eye to this is a collaborator at best. Yeah. I mean, nobody on that text chain is a good cop. So, Sandy, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Emotional Lemonade, thank you for the gifted membership. Much appreciated. Nikki Zabiz, how many people have watched this testimony 4 or more times already? I need everyone's reaction. Thanks for yours, Ian. Thank you so much.
Unmuted.
Brian Ingram, thank you for the membership. SF in Texas, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. KPT, thank you for 10 gifted memberships.
Now, Trooper Proctor, you're familiar with conversations that's within the same text communications from your personal phone with colleagues of yours at the state police?
Yes.
Oh,
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I did not get that. I was like, was that a poop? I don't know what that is. So I thought it might be like some weird poop thing, but yeah.
Sorry.
Well, now they're back to that. Miss Meg says, I didn't mean it as critical. Sorry, I just don't trust that no one on the jury might say it's not a big deal. To score cool girl points. It's possible, but I don't think so. Reasonably long name. What the actual hell? Yep. Jafer, Jen, what is his relationship with the Alberts? Thanks. He says none. He says basically the Alberts are people I've vaguely heard of. We'll see how that holds up in cross. Shanta says, what a treat to see Emily and Rob in chat. Emily and Rob are delightful people. Rev Spins, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Maya V, sing Runkle. I'm not a good singer. Just because I'm surprised he didn't pull out a ukulele for that totally sincere apology. Ooh, solid clapback. Olivia C, this was disgusting the first time. It's even more infuriating watching the playback. Also, here's my contribution to the demonetization fund. Thanks for the recap and all your spice on this dumpster fire tonight. Thank you so much. Julia, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Tina KS Law Nerd, thanks Ian, finishing off my day. Thank you. And Belle Feinstein, EDB's whole chat collectively lost it. Justifiably so. Now I understand why they didn't want to put him on the stand. Proctor is insert favorite word here. Yeah. Burberry's, when he looks at the jury, I hope he just sees shocked and angry faces. Yep. Thank you so much for the 10-month member chat there. Lil Bill McGill, love it.
You want to make those witnesses?
Yes.
Oh, Boston area cities can be hierarchical and judgy towards each other, based on whiteness and wealth.
Turn your attention back to some
Fall
comments
River.
on the language used in
Just Fall River is more diverse and looked on by folks like Proctor who rely on this socially. Ooh.
January 29th and February 1st or 2nd.
All right, they're going to
text
keep
communications
going.
among your friend group. With reference to that particular time frame in the language that you used, what sort of information had you gathered to that point, and why would you say or use that particular language particularly in your descriptions of the defendant?
This is, 16, 18 hours later, and I conducted multiple interviews.
Speak up.
Conducted multiple interviews. We knew Mr. O'Keefe never went.
I low-key love the judge just keeping on telling him. And I know that she does this like repeatedly. I just love that she tells him like, speak up every time he wants to start mumbling. She's done that with other witnesses, but she's just like, no, you do not get to mumble your way out of this. Voice up. You gotta like loud and proud tell the jury just how much of a sack of garbage you are. Yeah.
Into Fairview Road, we knew there was one shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital. Mr. O'Keefe's, based off Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, Miss Reed's statements when Sergeant Bukhenik and I interviewed her, her broken taillight, the missing taillight, some taillight pieces found at the scene, the compelling evidence pointing directly at Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, led me to make those comments. Whether, like I said, they weren't professional comments, but based on the day's investigation, it was clear that Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the documents before you, do you recognize those?
I do.
And as far as the participants in that particular conversation, who were the participants listed there?
It's Trooper David DeChico and myself.
And Trooper DeChico and yourself both work within the same unit with the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
So not only is this guy tainting himself, but he's also tainting these other troopers who he was talking to. Because quite frankly, if I'm getting communication like this from somebody, like if I'm working at a law firm and there's like a lawyer who's sending me messages like this, I'm sending them a message back saying like, this is not cool. Don't message me. And I can tell you, I have been sent messages like this from a junior lawyer when I had some years on me. And I sent them back a message that basically was along the lines of, you need to stop doing this because it's going to get you in a world of trouble. I don't want anything to do with this, and you need to know better. So, yep.
And beyond the professional relationship you have with yourself, between yourself and Trooper DeChico, how would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
We're buddies, we golf together, hang outside of work, our kids play together. So I'd say, we're friends.
Now, within the, again, as far as the first message sent, date and time, and last message sent, date and time within this conversation, if you could describe that for the jury.
First message sent, date and time, March 17th, 2022, 11:08 a.m. Last message sent, date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08 a.m.
And again, the number of messages listed within this text chain?
87.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain 87 text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, just in general terms, if you have an opportunity to just look at the first couple pages there, fair to say those are just sort of jokes that you have going back and forth between yourself and Trooper.
You don't get to tell him that they're jokes. He should have to, to answer that specifically. So I did not love that
Trooper DeChico, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention specifically to page 2632. And these are text messages starting on April 28th, 2022 at 10:52 in the morning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the time again, sir?
April 28th, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to this page, if you could read the content to the jury and please indicate who is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I start out without a doubt. He's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough. Should have had me or Jeff do it.
Oh, so you hear what they're saying there? You hear what they're saying there? Rookie move, not being in the room to lean on the medical examiner. Because what this is telling us is that the medical examiner did not, at least initially, determine homicide. And so they're saying, oh, we should have been in the room. We should have, and I'm like, oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. That sounds like you're trying to pressure the ME into something. I don't like that in the slightest.
I respond, if you two did it, she would have made it accidental or natural causes.
And can you explain the context of those communications or what exactly is it that you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that communication?
Okay, so the ME is the medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. Our office, it's kind of a little bit of a locker room.
Hold on, wait for the ambulance and then speak up. The jurors can't hear you way back where the court officer's standing.
Speak up. Quit mumbling your garbage.
So like I said, the ME stands for medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. I guess I'll address the conference calls Sergeant Bukhenik and I had with the medical examiner. The doctor had some questions as to the facts and evidence, kind of what had transpired, which is common. You know, even if it's a homicide, I've had many calls with the medical examiner's office, even if it's a suicide or overdose. Always with a homicide, the doctor wants to know what transpired. Trooper DeChico and myself, we kind of like to bust each other's chops, go back and forth. So that's what he meant by saying rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. The original determination came back.
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Riley.
Now, as far as attending the autopsy, is that something that typically someone within your office would do, within your unit would do with regard to any sort of death investigation?
Yes.
And do you know who attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe in this specific case?
Trooper O'Keefe.
And so as far as Trooper DeChico's reference to you not going in or Sergeant Bukhenik not going in, is that what you believe Trooper DeChico was referring to in that message?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You indicated that you and Trooper DeChico bust each other's chops. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you describe a little more, expound upon that as far as the nature of your relationship and sort of the text messages that you exchange in this and then other communications that you have?
Basically just, kind of needling each other, and him doing that is by texting me, rookie move, not going into meeting with the medical examiner. So that's a perfect example of him kind of just needling me, which we do on a daily basis.
Yes,
as far
but
as your
what was the needling
interpretation of that,
about?
did you interpret that as a serious comment or something said in jest?
I interpreted that as a typical joke from Trooper DeChico.
Now, may I approach the retrieve?
Yes.
Oh.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Showing you another document, asking do you recognize that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Text messages between myself and Trooper DeChico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
And if you could read the contents of those messages contained therein. Please indicate.
And the thing is, this is one of those places where I was like, I need to have timestamps for all the really damaging texts, and they're just all really damaging texts. Like this just this is just a train rolling down towards the prosecution's case. And listen, can I get the dog since I don't like pink? Fancy drink and demonetization fund. I can bring the pups. Pup swoop. Yeah, equivalent of highlighting the important bits, aka the entire page. Yep.
So I started out, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job. Trooper Chico responds, "Dear God, WTF, what the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing?"
Maybe somebody independent saying it's inconclusive should have been a tip.
Referring to there?
Ms. Reed.
Really? Because it sounded like you were referring to the...
Now, as far as the undetermined,
the
what
ME.
you're talking about, what is sort of the content or the context of this conversation?
See, that would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job, whom do you believe you're referring to there?
Again,
Reed or the medical examiner?
Ms. Reed.
Oh, and I should cover that one as well.
May I approach, John?
I missed that. Thank you so much, Pam Friedman. Much appreciated. Okay. Yeah, in context, it sounded like the ME was being called a whack job. So, yep.
Yes.
Just for the larger super chat there, the $50 super chat's coming in pink, so I roll that just as a kind of celebration, I guess. Fuster Cluck says, I think Karen Reed is innocent and he's clearly a bag of poop, but objectively, I don't see how his texts reflect any conspiracy other than malicious tunnel vision. What they reflect is a willingness to think of people as lesser or as sort of disposable or the like, treat them with disrespect, and to sort of zone in on them. Raven 254, how can the prosecution something over one of these texts? So unfortunate for John that these were the ones investigating. Yes, I agree. Ladybug Lisa, has the head of state police resigned yet? God, no. Police don't experience consequences for their actions. That's not how this works. JT, in addition to the women, let's not forget about the dads on the jury watching Mr. Reed forced to listen to that POS say these things about his daughter. Yeah, I feel bad for family members who watch trials. Tina, how does he know she has a colostomy bag? Aren't these texts lit like the next day? He was all up in that phone, probably went through the medical records. D-bag. I don't know how he knows. So, Melanie R., how does he still have a job? They're not going to punish him for this. She has a right to medical privacy as well. This is so shameful. Yep. Canton, Virginia, super rehearsed. You're not wrong. Brandy Rose, I'm sorry, what? I bet the 10 women on the jury had thoughts today. I bet they did too. Melissa Smith, thoughts on nutbag? Does it just mean crazy? I think that's what he meant. It said right after the question, is she hot? So does he mean like a receptacle? Ew. I don't think that's what he meant. I think he meant crazy, but I could be wrong. Jenny Hicks, can we have a remembrance stream to honor Officer Keefe when this is over? Because these turds sure aren't going to. I don't know if there's like a charity to support him. If there is, then maybe. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel right like collecting super chats and so forth for me to like no. But if there's some way to do it for like a charity for John O'Keefe for his family, then maybe. So Greg says, I'm not a particularly emotional guy, but this pissed me off to the point I was welling up with tears. I can't remember the last time that happened. Yeah, Nerdosaurus Jules, I'm an MS patient who's married to a cop. I don't have good enough words to describe my feelings about this guy. He is absolutely vile. Yep. Courtney Arleo, Proctor is exactly why we choose the bear. Fair. I do kind of hate the bear thing, in part because it's actually kind of an adaptation of a line that was used in World War II against Jews. So I'm not super happy about that, but I get it. So yeah. Integrity of investigation with solo cups. Yeah. SK, I want to see someone make him explain himself in plain words how objectifying a possible suspect and masking her health conditions had no impact at all on this investigation. Make him say his bullshit. Wait for Cross. John Duncan, Proctor pleading the fifth would have been a disaster, but less of a disaster than this. Absolutely disgraceful. This is ugly. Calista says if Proctor had an ounce of integrity, he would look Karen Reed in the eyes right there on the stand and apologize to her face for this. That'll never happen. He's never going to apologize. And quite frankly, once he's like, if Karen Reed is convicted at the end of the day, him and his buddies will be joking about it in exactly the same language that they're using now. They will not have learned a damn thing. So, yeah. That's just it. Wait, that one I read. Rachel Dewick, you keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. I believe that was about integrity. Froggy Girl, there needs to be an investigation. Do you know if one is going to happen? The FBI is investigating. If I were a juror, that would leave me with so much doubt. Yep. The world wonders. No way he didn't talk like this around the barracks. Where all the good cops to report on him? They basically don't exist, just collaborators. There are some good cops. It's just they tend to have a real rough time. All the happy squirrels. It sounds like Proctor just signed the whole force up for additional professionalism and ethics training. Good. MA, it's time to clean house. Everyone in his chain of command. They're not going to do anything, I don't think. Nanner says, I have a cousin with Crohn's who almost died several times. Also, my brother-in-law was run over and killed by a cop after a minor crash. Inquest showed many cops lying. He got away with it. Fuck this guy.
You are unmuted.
Yep. GV, yes, defense lawyers being the ones that remember and respect John O'Keefe when his brothers make mockery of his memory. It's kind of weird.
Another set of documents.
Oh, and we're back.
You don't look
back rolling.
Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kokowski.
And Trooper Kaskowski is another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent, date and time, and the last message sent, date and time.
First message sent, date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
And as far as the number of messages indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kakowski, and Trooper DeChico?
494.
Fair to say the documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page, 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a message sent from Trooper Kaskowski, is that correct?
Correct.
Somebody
What
said
is
I'd
that?
be so embarrassed to be his wife.
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
You leave Santa out of this. You leave Santa Claus out of this. Why are they bringing Santa Claus into this? Why?
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2644. If I could direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, and see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
I don't know
Yes.
why they mentioned
Very
the
bottom of the page.
Santa
You're on the approach
Claus
just to point
thing.
out.
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir.
Like that one just didn't seem like a thing to mention.
Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
And again, sir, what
Oh,
Yes.
text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. And you're on the approach just to point it out.
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir. Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
And again, sir, what
Oh, so once again, he is dunking on her disabilities. You know what? Fuck you, sir. Like, and the thing is that all of this mocking her for that. And you know what he still is talking about? He's still talking about looking for nudes on her phone. He wants her, he bashes her. Like, dude, grow up out of high school. Like,
is it that you're referring to there?
Again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
Now, if I could direct you to the following page, 2645. And again,
Chat
if you could read
seems
from that
pretty
page
friendly.
as far
I
as,
don't know what's going
who
on
is-
there.
and indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at 8/7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Kukowski responds, "That's her. Smoke." Trooper Kukowski again, what'd she say? I
So again,
respond,
somebody calls
said
her
the Alberts
Smoke.
beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Trooper DeChico, oh, fuck her, bitch.
Thank you, sir. May I approach you, retrieve your arm?
Yes.
And sir, with reference to that last bit, as far as June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Proctor's nephew was ring bearer at a McAlbert wedding that Proctor also attended. There is fuckery about. Yeah, that. I think that they'll get into that when they start talking about like, hey, yeah. That's why her taillight was cracked. That's also not what her statement was at all. So yeah. Proctor's wife was vocal on social channels, blasting anyone challenging the investigation. Tone deaf. I don't know what's going. I don't want to speculate what's going on with his wife. And she's not really involved with this, so let's leave his wife out of it. I mean, depends on how big the wedding is. If it's like a 1,000 person wedding, then it's probably investigations.
Showing you another set of documents. Do you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kukowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Sergeant Yuri Bukhenik.
Oh,
And what is
Bukhenik.
the
We
first
just heard
message
that.
sent, date and time.
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m.
And the thing is that now that Bukhenik is implicated in all of this, well, then that kind of means that Bukhenik's evidence is just a wee bit, suspect now as well, right?
Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2682. You see a message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yanetti, appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
Sorry, so go with the date and time again, please.
Page 2684, 8/17/2022.
Yeah, I bet this guy is regretting not throwing out his phone.
Yes.
You see there's like sort of three responses from you?
I have you now.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now, with reference to the investigation at this point, when you're talking about his client's phone, who are you referring to?
Miss Reed.
And with regards to the phone at that point, can you describe for the jury sort of what's going on during this time period of August 17th, 2022 in regard to Miss Reed's phone?
So after obtaining a search warrant from Miss Reed's phone, we weren't able to extract any data from it until August of 2023. Troopers in my office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data.
Now, I thought on opening that the defense said that this was before they got a search warrant. He's saying it was after the search warrant. So,
text messages, Google searches. That was the update I gave the troopers in the office. It was a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as thoroughly as possible.
Okay, so he says it was a joke. I just want to say I don't believe for a second that this was a joke when he says no nudes so far. I don't believe for a second that it was a joke, because I'm just going to say it's actually, this is going to sound terrible, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's actually probably a little unfortunate that Karen Reed didn't have nudes on her phone, because what I would bet 100% is that I would bet that if Karen Reed had nudes on her phone, that those nudes would have been sent to those other officers. I bet they would have seen those other, he would have shared them around, and then he wouldn't be able to say, oh, it's just a joke, because it would have been like, oh, really? Here you are sending the pictures on. So there's this phrase that is ha only serious. People like to pretend stuff is a joke when they really aren't joking. And I don't think that he was joking about this one at all. I don't believe him when he says it was a joke. I genuinely believe, looking at this, that that he was looking for nudes, and that he would have shared those nudes had he found them. And so, yep, another good reason to encrypt your phone, because, yeah.
Because I came across some a text between an attorney and Miss Reed, so I had to stop going through her phone, and I made my supervisors aware of those communications.
Now, just in reference to what you had just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, Where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Carino, and where did it go from there?
Trooper Carino essentially hooks it up to a device called Gray Key, where it tries every possible combination passcodes in order to access the data contained in the phone.
Okay, so let's talk about a Gray Key. Gray Key is one of those sort of scary technologies that they've got. And if you've got a phone, like Gray Key makes stuff to crack into phones. They specifically want to crack into, password protected or encrypted phones. And now Gray Key really restricts. They try to restrict access to any degree of knowledge about this. You cannot buy a Gray Key yourself. You can't, and they try to essentially prevent all of that. Now, what Gray Key tries to do is it tries to basically execute a brute force attack. And one of the things that Gray Key does is it preserves the data off the phone such that it defeats exactly this. If you get 10 wrong passcodes, my phone erases. Will this stop that? It won't stop a Gray Key. It will not stop a Gray Key. It is built to overcome that. What will overcome a Gray Key is you got to set your password to not four numbers, not 6 numbers. You got to set it to something that is obnoxious to get into, 30 characters long with letters and numbers and symbols. Your Gray Key's not going to be getting through that. So yeah. That's sort of where that, and yeah, they're probably using a password database to get around the immense amount of time that randomly searching would take. What I suspect is that they brute force 4-digit and 6-digit codes. And then beyond that, they probably run a dictionary attack on everything else. So yeah. Also, don't use fingerprint, Face ID, etc. There are videos of police officers, with people in custody, holding the phone up to their face in order to unlock the phone. So, and it's not like the police can't make you turn over a password typically, but they may be able to use your face to open the phone. That may not be considered like testimony or whatever else. So, yeah.
And at that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search warrant, you didn't have the passcode to the defendant's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that device is designed to sort of go through numbers and try to find a combination to get into the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so from the time that you had seized it in late January or on January 29th, 2022, until
That's
this
a better
date in
move.
August of 2022, had you been able to get
Add
into
some
the phone or
symbols.
see anything in the phone in those intervening months or 7 months between January and August?
No.
And so then at this time that you're sending this text message in August of 2022, is that around the time that you were first able to access the phone?
Objection.
Now, I don't know why they need the Gray Key in this town, because why don't they just get Brian Higgins' ass to unlock it? Because apparently his ass can unlock phones. So, get his ass to do it.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with reference to your access to the phone, were you looking for nudes or anything like that in regard to the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Like I stated, I was most interested in Miss Reed's location data, text communications, Google searches, things of that nature. More evidence contained within the phone.
Now, that's a really interesting answer. Let's go back and listen to that.
I'll allow it.
Time that you,
So he's asked, are you looking for nudes on her phone?
first able to access the phone.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with reference to your access to the phone, Were you looking for nudes or anything like that in regard to the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Like I stated, I was most interested in Miss Reed's location data, text communications, Google searches, things of that nature. More evidence contained within the phone.
Wait, I was most interested in looking for. I'm like, sir, you could have just said no, you didn't look for nudes, but instead you said I was most interested in other things. Interesting. Interesting. You didn't say you were not interested in nudes at all. You just said I was most interested in other stuff.
And so, sir, you mentioned at some point you came across some information that caused you to sort of freeze your looking through the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that specific time period in August of 2022, when was the next time that you or any troopers from your office were able to actually look at any extraction of the defendant's phone?
So once I came across that text communication that took place on the 29th between Ms. Reed and an attorney, the phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team to remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us as well as defense received a copy of that as well. I'm not positive on the time. It was.
So basically they get a team who just goes through and removes all of that solicitor-client privilege stuff so that then it can be looked at by other people. Yeah.
It was quite a long turnaround for that process to be completed.
Sometime at least in the spring or summer of 2023. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, the taint team, not to be confused with the butt dialing team.
Yeah,
Those are different teams.
Yes.
Their offices are right next to each other, however.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
All right, so I'm going to see you at sidebar so I don't interrupt your cross.
All right, so she pulls them up for sidebar, and that's basically because she's like, I just want to let you guys take a swing. So we're going to see that. We're going to begin the cross here, but I'm going to try to catch up on some super chats here. Thankfully, StreamYard seems to be restarring them. Ladybug Lisa, the defense just won the case. They only need one juror, and they certainly have more. I like to think that, but juries do weird things. Allie Anderson, I'm 38 and had my colon removed at 21. No one chooses their health issues. Proctor is a disgrace, apparently habitually. That's the thing is, yeah, it is what it is, right? I had a guy who was a friend until he turned out to be an asshole for unrelated reasons. But he has Crohn's. He suffers from it, and I hope he's doing all right, even though he's an a-hole. But unrelated to his Crohn's. They're just unrelated. So, Jeremy Morton, do you think Lally getting ahead of the text made it slightly better for the Commonwealth than letting them come in from the defense, or was it just as bad? If they came in through the defense, it would have been much worse. Lolly was right to get ahead of this. Absolutely, he was right to try to get ahead of this. I can tell you it's still going to be brutal when we see it on cross, though. Just call me hen. He regrets them, but he said them over and over. Yeah. Maybe he should regret who he is. MCAT, thank you for the membership. Nicole Ling, it would not help at all, but he never even attempted to show proper remorse or apologize. I agree. Devin, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. MFD 25 wife, my late husband, 8 years tomorrow in a dive training accident. Oh, I'm sorry. Was a good cop and a firefighter paramedic. Proctor and his cronies in Canton PD are a disgrace to the uniform. I agree they are. Need a megapint. Yanetti at pretrials. The world is watching with the microphone. I love that. That redhead. There are proctors in every police department. Yep. Melissa Hubler, Judge Bev says, say it with your full chest. Yep, you said it. You get to repeat it full voice. Diana in California, USA, love your rants. Proctor is repulsive. He is. Gringa, he must have been dizzy from all the spinning he did. Yep. Melinda, thank you so much for the $1 there. Jen, motion to make the pupper paws a thing, similar to EDB's pickle cleanse. I think we can do that. NanCCC70, thanks for your patience, Ian. Much appreciated. Rainman YYC, don't expect much from the feds. The dog is already rehomed and not available to be shot. Oh, that's dark. Jeremy Morton, is Karen Reed's fundraising thing still up? I don't actually know. Annabelle Feinstein, Ian, I'm joining you in having an adult beverage tonight. I'm having a few because, yeah. Trisha Fishburne, thank you for the YouTube membership. We're not going to get smashed, but an adult beverage is called for. And so we've got Tina KS Law Nerd. This thread from all these police in this chat is horrible. Proctor should have been sanctioned or fired for what was said and his actions. I also don't believe that he stopped reading as soon as he read that she had communicated with her attorney. I don't know about that one, but it is what we do see is ugly. Trisha Fishburne, I'm sure you've already answered this many times before, but can the Commonwealth attach lesser charges like manslaughter, or is it too late? I think they can. I think they can ask for that instruction. I think Massachusetts allows for like lesser and included, but I'm not certain. Zoe, are we sure the pig DNA isn't Proctor's? I'm not a big fan of the pig jokes overall. I get where they come from. But I mean, I suspect it's just like bacon or something like that. Molly Piazza, even without all the evidence that is tainted, I believe beyond any reasonable doubt it was snowing. Yes. Marlene Dick, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. And Teal and Violet, thank you so much for the super sticker there. And I love the picture of the cat. That is a very cute cat. All right. So let us, let us pull up. The Young Jerks mentioned Karen's fundraiser. If somebody can find the link for that, we'll just have to see. So, yeah. All right. Let's, Chloe had pig ears. Yep. I wonder how these two are feeling, like the family. Billy's Momzilla, thank you so much for the membership there. Jessica Miller, one of the cops said she gave the passcode. She probably did. I would never give a passcode, but it is what it is. Karen Reed GoFundMe. Pay it to. I see. Is that the right link? I don't know. I don't really want to post a link for a fundraiser unless I know it's the right one. It is on Pay It To. Okay. And yeah, this one looks like it's probably the right one. So, and then they have a sidebar for forever.
All that out, but as it looks right now, I thought it was going to interfere with another date this week. As it looks right now, it may not. The
pigs are lovely.
Half an afternoon or something, maybe on Friday, but it does now look
pigs
good
are lovely
that we'll be able to continue with this. We're out tomorrow, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be full days, and we'll be able to keep
I don't
moving.
think you can do that.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right
Love
ahead.
the idea, though.
Super Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk.
That is true.
Presumably alone at your office.
Sometimes I'm not always my
about
best
10
self.
p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico. Is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Bukhenik, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kutzkowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again.
Kakowski.
Kakowski.
Yes, sir.
All right. All the consonants are silent. Fair enough.
All the
Trooper
consonants are
Fanning and
silent.
Trooper Bukhenik are your supervisors.
Yes.
And you were bragging to all 5 of them that you were going through Karen Reed's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
How did you refer to Ms. Reed in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I used regrettable language. I said going through is retarded.
Nobody asked you if the language was regrettable. They asked you what words you used, sir.
To her phone.
I use regrettable language. I said it going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Yanetti, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Same document. Oh, Your Honor, I think the court has the copy that I was going to use.
I thought I gave him that to you.
You'd received a photograph. Actually, Your Honor, if I could, I would ask that this document be marked as next in order. Assuming the witness verifies its authenticity.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Yanetti, correct?
Still Lally.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lala.
Correct.
All right. Is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Voir, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito DiCicco, and Yuri Bukhenik?
Moonshine 35 may have to catch the rest tomorrow. Have a great night.
Yes.
How did they find out about these gross messages?
Hey, any
between the
objections?
cops?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think they got his phone
All right,
and
I'll see
went
what's
through
right
it.
on there. Have that, please.
All right, we're back to sidebar. Somebody said, why do the lawyers always ask to approach so that they can speak to the judge without being overheard by the jury? I got to sell this, by the way.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trooper DiCicco had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Yanetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of the technical issue, I'm not going to display on the television. May I display this hard copy briefly? Sure. Thank you. You see that, gentleman?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination with Mr. Lally about receiving a photograph from Mr. Yanetti?
Correct.
And then your response was what?
Thank you so much.
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
Actually, your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir, yes.
Who's the retarded client?
I was referring to Miss Reed, again, unprofessional language.
I'm asking who you were referring to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
you got an explanation.
He's like, I didn't ask you to explain. I just want you to, yeah.
Who was it you were referring to as retarded?
Miss Reed.
Karen Reed, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator, the person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it, right?
Objection.
I've got to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
And that is a fair, objection. The objection basically is that that's argumentative, right? So fair enough. That is argumentative. Okay. But, yeah, I really don't like this guy. I don't like the language he uses. I don't like any of that's, and yeah.
After you referred to my client as retarded.
And yeah, the client heard it, or the jury heard it for sure.
You decided to make a comment about Mr. Yanetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Yanetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Reed had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her?
No, not at all. That's all right.
and yet you hate that man. You truly hate him.
Well, let me ask you this. In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
I don't know if I use absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about it now? You're sitting right there.
I still don't care for him now.
I'll let it stand.
Okay, we're just gonna take that down to 1 speed, and we're gonna go back and we're gonna watch something. I want you to just watch Karen Reed's reaction.
Truly, correct?
Absolutely.
Watch Karen Reed's reaction.
Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about it now? You're sitting right there.
I still don't care for him now.
I'll let it stand.
She's just like, I didn't think he was gonna say that, and Yanetti basically just says like, that was good. Yanetti's like, that was good. Yeah.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for?
Karen Reed, by the way, you can see her face. She is loving this moment of of Proctor getting dunked on. And yeah, when a cop hates a defense attorney that much, he must really be good at his job. My job is not to be friends with the cops.
As you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone.
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had to stop.
Except Trooper Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses, did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
They did not know.
It did not.
I love that. None of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in going to your bosses. Oh, I'm just going to say, I bet they drew, I bet they drew straws. I bet they had some discussion over which one of them would get to conduct this cross-examination. And I bet it went to Jackson in part because Jackson can ask, how do you feel about Yanetti? And that sounds a little better than Yanetti asking, how do you like me now? So I think Jackson had to take this one. But I bet they both wanted it. I bet they both, like, this is the kind of witness where you're just like, I want this cross so much. So I had a file at one point where I had all the things on the on this witness, and I was just gonna cross the crap out of them. And then we got there and the witness no-showed, so the prosecution ended up dropping the case against my client, which is a win for my client. Absolutely fantastic for the client. And I was so disappointed because I wanted to just kick that guy around the courtroom, and I was so excited for it. I was ready for it, and didn't get to happen. It just, that is just the way the universe is. So,
no,
as a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the, quote, retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No nude so far.
I'm just going to say, Judge Bev could absolutely have allowed that or could have sustained that objection. She's letting it go. She's letting Jackson beat up on Proctor a bit. So she's having
Going through the, quote, retarded client's phone.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No nudes so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
And your bosses were fine with it.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct.
You know what I would have asked at this point, because I'm an asshole? You know what I would have asked? Were your pants all the way up at this time? Were your pants like at waist height or knee height when you were doing this? Because, yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos on anyone's phones.
You said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
Like I
correct?
said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
I don't think anybody believes that this was a joke. I don't believe anybody actually buys that this was a joke. So, yeah. Oh, would that be sustained? Oh, if I asked that question, they would absolutely object and it would be sustained. Like 100%. That is a question for the jury. That is a question to like really emphasize that this is that he's being creepy, but it's totally objectionable.
So this is a citizen. She's a woman. You were supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues at Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation of a citizen?
Objection.
You can get part of that question and ask it again.
Now, the thing is, the reason why that was objected to is because that whole lecture is not allowable. That whole lecture is not, but he can ask the question part.
Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes in unprofessional language have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
Bullshit, sir. That is ridiculous. Yeah.
It's not that they don't have any bearing on the facts and integrity. It's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently.
That
Mr.
was
Jackson.
compound. That's why that's sustained.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Isn't that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments, correct?
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out. But from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you find any nudes of
Again,
Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
You weren't successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Miss Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of Miss
He's starting
Reed.
to turn
Is that
into a tomato.
Sustained.
He needs a little like green hat.
To be clear, when you sent those text messages on that group chat, Those text messages included, as we said, or as you said.
It is 100%,
but
and that
two
was
of your
scripted ahead of time.
supervisors,
You know it was.
Correct.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending that text message?
Objection.
So that's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
We do not.
Okay, so,
I'll ask it a different way.
okay.
Did either Trooper Fanning or Trooper Bukhenik dress you down in a responsive text message in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent as looking for nudes or referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation? Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
Oof.
As a matter of fact, in reference
They didn't
one of
have
the
any
text
problem with
messages
it.
in this same string, your boss, Yuri Bukhenik, actually responded to the photo of Mr. Yanetti, didn't he?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He responded to it. What was it? What was the response?
He did, sir.
After you received the photo, that's when you said, I'm, quote, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow this, but not too many more.
Sure.
The objection is basically, you made the point. Please stop dunking on the witness. That's the objection. And she's basically saying, you know what? Okay, I'm letting it go this time, but like you gotta like you can't just keep using the same. You gotta pick some new dunks. This one you're running out of. So yeah, she's and that's fair, right? I'm not gonna. Yeah.
Is that correct? It's on the top of page
Yes, sir.
2685.
That's correct.
And Yuri Bukhenik liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Didn't he?
I see you laughed at an image here, sir. I can't tell if he liked that comment, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know if it's just because it's faded or... Yeah, my copy's faded.
But yeah, Jackson is cooking right
2685.
now.
You can use my copy if that helps.
All right. Thank you.
What do you see on the top of that page?
That Sergeant Bukhenik liked it.
Like what?
The going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take my copy.
There you go.
So your supervisors at Massachusetts State Police not only didn't ride you for making comments like this, encouraged it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, this is your direct chain of command. Is that right? Yuri Bukhenik?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe that your conduct was a misuse of your authority and power as you were going through her phone in August of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I had a warrant signed by a district clerk, Stoughton District Clerk, to go through Miss Reed's phone. I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes of my client?
Objection.
Oh, nice.
Did it
No,
say anything about that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
So that would be an abuse of the power that was given to you by
Objection.
the court, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sustained. Yeah, that.
Trooper Proctor, you'd agree that the hallmark of any good investigation, as you've been taught and others in Massachusetts State Police have been taught, is that the investigation and the investigator have to be fair. They have to be impartial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that the investigation has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes,
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
correct.
You can't be.
And do you sound unbiased when you're saying things like, you know, suggesting she's got a leaky balloon knot? Does that feel unbiased to you? Now, I gotta say, I think Judge Bev hates this witness. I think she just hates Proctor, and she's just gonna let she's just letting Jackson cook as much as she can. So
Biased against the person that you're investigating, that would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So was it unbiased
Basically,
when you said she had
you
a
follow
leaky
the evidence.
balloon
You're
knot?
supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
Correct.
Good or bad, top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
Literally, it's part of an oath that you took at the academy that you will, quote, faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
I did.
When you start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase, everybody's a suspect until they're not? Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's especially important early
Jury
in an
still heard
investigation
that.
before all of the facts are known that the investigator is not compromised by bias, prejudice, right?
Correct.
Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
This is
Okay.
as good a place as any. Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right.
Now, I'm just going to say, the judge cuts him off there, right? And the judge is going to, but the judge could have cut him off at all sorts of places. And I'm just going to note, like, let's go back
Correct.
and watch
Try to
that.
find evidence to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
This is
Okay.
as good a place as any. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
She actually cuts him off at a bit of a mic drop, right? She actually, so I will give her the point of cutting him off at the mic drop, because she could have cut him off at like some awkward moment that doesn't have anything to do with anything, right? But instead she's like, you mic dropped and cut. So a lot of people were super pissed off at Judge Bev today. I was okay. I thought she was a little rude. I thought she was a lot rude. I thought she was downright nasty to Yanetti, but she gave the defense the things that they needed. And during Proctor, she just let them cook. She was just like, nope, I'm gonna just let this go. And, oh, now I don't know why Lally is still running this shit. Because if I'm Lally, I'm going back to my office and I'm just like, stop, the case is already dead. I don't know how, but I mean, maybe the jury comes back and does something absolutely shocking to me. I just don't get it. Murdaugh, I lean towards there being reasonable doubt, but Murdaugh, I was like, I could totally see how a jury could still convict him. Absolutely, I think, And I said, I was like, I think there's reasonable doubt, but I'm a defense lawyer. I also said, like, I'm pretty sure Murdaugh's going to get convicted. I got some grief for that on a panel where there was a bunch of, here I'm just like, if at the end of the day they convict Karen Reed, if at the end of the day, you know, I will be, I will have doubt. I will lose some faith in our system because I'm just looking at this going, oh my God. So legal fees crowdfund appears to pay it too. According to the fundraiser, Canadians can't donate. I'm going to contact Reed's law firm, Worksman, Jackson, and Quinn, as I believe BS. I'll research tomorrow. Let me know, because I might send them some dollars just as a thank you there. Yeah. All right. We got a few leftover super chats here. Jennifer Ensminger O'Neill, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. That is a cool name. CGR 902, Proctor is more like a lamprey since he's latched onto the public teat and won't let go. That's an image. Broken Baker, on a scale of 1 to Shaquille O'Neal, how hard was this Commonwealth dunked on today with this witness? And I thought the cracked taillight was bad. I don't think it was just Shaquille O'Neal. It was Shaquille O'Neal in like whatever animated movie that was, where he's like, you know, able to like dunk to the center of the earth. Like, that is how bad we're looking at here. So, yeah. Alex Davy Duke, legal fees crowdfund appears to pay it too. According to the fundraiser, Canadians can't donate. I'm going to contact Reed's law firm, Worksman, Jackson, Quinn, as I believe BS. I'll research tomorrow. Yeah, let me know. Petty honest throwaway theory. Judge actually loves defense and is overcorrecting to hide her real thoughts about the steaming pile she's watching. It's possible. It's possible. Because I just look at it and I'm just like, Shazam? Yeah, Space Jam. I think that's the one. Oh, it was Michael Jordan. I'm missing on that. What pepper was this level of spice? My guess, Carolina Reaper. I think a Carolina Reaper that is literally on fire. Like, Proctor is the witness that as a defense lawyer, you want, like, this is Shazam was Shaq. Okay. I will admit I don't watch the sports ball movies, including the animated sports ball movies. So, yeah, I'm just like, note on Pay It too, international donors can use zip code straight zeros. Okay. Thanks, Runkle. I really enjoyed the recap. Thanks, EE. Much appreciated. And we've got Lizika looking forward to Lally somehow ruining cell data reliability and freeing all criminals next. Yeah, it's like, at the end of the day, I just don't know what's happening here. And like, conspiracy is such a hard stretch for me. It's such a hard reach to get to conspiracy. But I'm not, like, conspiracy is still kind of on the table. So I don't get it. I just don't get it. Courtney Arleo, Sallyport video shows Karen Reed's car parked at door number 4, but today I thought it showed door number 3. Did her car move, or are the doors numbered wrong? I didn't notice that, so I'd have to go back and check. The thing is the other thing that is astounding to me is like the whole cover-up conspiracy thing feels on the table during the prosecution's case, during the Commonwealth's case, I'm like, normally this is something that that they'd have to build on the defense case, right? Like, how is it that this is actually something that we're talking about, something we're thinking about? It's crazy town. I just don't get it at all. And I don't understand. But I mean, if I am chief of police, I've got to tell you, either Proctor's getting his walking papers and like, goodbye, it's been nice having you, but actually we lied about that first part. Or Proctor is getting reassigned. I'm putting Proctor somewhere that he cannot possibly fuck up a case. Like, Proctor's new job is, you know, car washing and shoveling and, like, you know, manning a desk inside to take, like, you know, lost cat reports. Like, how do you use Proctor for anything at this point? When you've got a cop who is so, like, who's done some massively sexist things like this, like, do you want to send him out to a domestic violence complaint? Do you want to send him out to you know, an SA complaint? Oh wait, I'm already demonetized. Do you want to send him out to a sexual assault report? Do you really want that? I'd have him doing parking. I don't even think we can have him doing parking. I just, chat, I was losing my freaking mind today. I'm sitting there and I'm watching this and I'm just losing my mind. How do I know I'm demonetized? Because Trooper Proctor used the C word. In the Hannah Gutierrez trial where they used the C word, that also demonetized the that video. So this is insane. And yeah, I just cannot believe it. The wine is good, Runkle. Hey, it's all right. Am I in the red yet? I don't know. I don't. I'm not paying attention to it. I can tell you, I have had numerous, not one, not two, not three, lots of prosecutors who practice in my area in Alberta reach out to me, because most of them don't watch my channel. I mean, they just don't. Oh, just this video demonetized, not like the whole channel. I've had multiple prosecutors in Alberta reach out to me to say, hey, so did you see this? Did you see the Karen Reed trial? What a sack of garbage. How is this possibly running forward? And I just don't know. Now, I also just want to talk briefly. I'm probably going to do another video. But I just want to talk briefly about something else that went down today. And that is in the Young Thug trial. So we're going to watch a clip from that because it is exceptional. And part of the reason why we're going to watch a clip from that is that, so that however much you dislike Judge Bev, however much you hate Judge Bev, you can say, oh, I've seen worse than that. I've seen worse. No matter how much you hate her, you can say you've seen worse.
Note that for purposes of record.
Whoops, that just started up on me. It looks like the volume's fine, so we're probably good there. But I also just want to talk because I had a note about defense lawyers, and everybody gives defense lawyers shit. Oh yeah, we got a swoop. Everybody gives defense lawyers shit. This defense lawyer here today is an absolute, unvarnished hero. Absolute hero. For part of the chat, yes. Absolute hero. And the reason why I say that is that he stands up to the judge and basically says, "You're not going to do this to my client." So what happens here is that the prosecution and the judge and a critical witness all decide to have a little conference, a little meeting without the defense lawyer to talk to the witness. And that is so ridiculously inappropriate. It's just beyond belief. Now, somebody mentions that I have to note that this is a RICO trial that's been going on for 6 months. This is a ridiculous, thing that happened. And then the defense lawyer wants to call him on it, and the judge gets big mad. And you know why the judge is mad? Not because it's like, oh, yeah, that shouldn't have happened, because, of course, he was involved in it. He's mad because they caught him. So let's have a watch.
I'm going forward. What I was told was that Mr. Copeland said, and you haven't answered my question yet. I'm not going to answer that question. You're not? No, I will not answer that question. Why will you not answer that question? Because
So the question the judge wants to know is, how'd you find out what happened in our little secret meeting? And he's like, none your business. And you know what? Not only is it none your business, it's also, this is beside the point. The point is that you guys had this secret meeting, and apparently one of the witnesses confessed in that meeting. So, yep.
I want to make sure that what I say is accurate, and I'm not trying to get anybody else. I'm asking you, how did you get this information? I'm not telling the court. What I'm saying is based upon information. Okay, well, listen, if you don't tell me how you got this information, then you and I are going to have some problems. We can have this. I have problems right now. Okay, I know.
He's like, Judge, we already have problems. We already got problems. So let's do this.
Look, I don't want to know about your problems, okay, at this point in time. All I'm asking you at this point in time is, how did you come upon this information? Look, if the case gets reviewed, the record's going to be available for our appellate court and for whatever reason. But it's disturbing that how somehow you have surreptitiously gotten information in regards to the court's private ex parte conversation with a party. I mean,
the court's private ex parte conversation with a party, which should not have fucking happened. This is like the court going, we have an issue. How did you find out that, the example I was going to use is offensive, because I'm just trying to think of an example that is as messed up as this that isn't actually offensive. This is like, how did you catch me murdering that person? That's the issue. And it's like, no, the issue is actually the murders. The murder is the issue. And the judge just admits that this conversation took place. Let's go back there.
In regard for our appellate court and for whatever reason. But it's disturbing that how somehow you have surreptitiously gotten information in regards to the court's private ex parte conversations with a party. I mean,
A party, a witness who was sworn in Friday, the court's telling, this is what I was told. If this is not true, not true. This court
Mr. Steele,
handed
ask
Mr.
me,
Copeland.
tell me how you got,
perjury.
tell me how you got the information.
Listen, whatever you want to do.
Tell me how you got the information, then we can go ahead and go forward.
I'm not going to say that. What I'm going
Well-
to say is this. I was told, and I hope this concerns the court.
It
I was
concerns me that you have proprietary information.
Why is it
or
proprietary?
information that
There's no such thing as proprietary information with the court. So yeah,
that you should not be having that was ex parte
Why?
with a party,
Why?
state of Georgia.
How about the witness? How about Mr. Copeland, who supposedly announced he's not testifying and he'll sit for 2 years, and then supposedly this honorable court,
Okay.
or excuse me, let me rephrase that. This court supposedly said, I can hold you until the end of this trial. Ms. Hilton supposedly said, actually, all of the defendants and then all 26 people are disposed of. If that's true, what this is coercion, witness intimidation, ex parte communications that we have a constitutional right to be present for. So I understand that you're upset towards me, but I don't know what I did.
Mr. Steele,
he's like, you screwed up. Not only did you have the ex parte communication, but it might actually constitute witness intimidation.
I still
what
want to know,
everybody should
how did you come upon this information? Who told you?
What I want to know is why wasn't I there? Why,
Sir, I'm going to hold you in contempt if you don't tell me who the,
I'm not, I
tell me who this
I
information
don't
was
want to
come
be
from.
held in contempt.
Well,
I'm not
then-
answering that question.
I like this. I'm going to hold you in contempt. And he's like, I don't want to be held in contempt, but I'm not answering that question. Yep.
That's attorney-client privilege information. I am not answering.
Attorney-client privilege, unless you were in my chambers, that's the only way you can figure out.
I am
I
telling
tell you what, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. If you don't tell me
You
who
don't have to.
if you don't tell me who it is, I'm going to put you in,
Let me-
I'm going to put you in contempt
I
because
understand.
that is not attorney-client privilege.
It absolutely could be. Yep, it could.
Attorney work product privilege. I am not.
How did you get that information
None of your
supposedly from my
business.
chambers? Did somebody tell you?
I'm not. You should have told me.
You got 5 minutes.
Well, I don't need it. I want to continue.
You got 5 minutes?
This is what I was told. Mr. Copeland,
recess.
Mr. Copeland made statements that he admitted to killing Donovan Thomas and was. Don't take my notes. No.
Okay, so let's talk about what happens after that. But first, before we do that, I think I have to do this. ML Farm Boy, from someone without a rehomed dog in this fight, I appreciate your efforts to maintain neutrality in trying to evaluate the evidence and witnesses in this trial. I'm also here for the tired Runkle Snark. Thank you so much. Let's talk about what happens next. So the judge comes back and is like, so you ready to tell me who it is? And you know what the lawyer does? He goes, nope. And he takes off his tie and he takes off his jacket and he hands those off and says, guess I'm going to jail. And they take him into custody. And that is so incredibly badass. Yeah. Oh, and Cat W, there's one I didn't mean to skip. It just got sort of lost because they weren't starring them. Saying, I like how they discuss her looks and say it's sad she's got no ass. You know, not that it's sad that she had allegedly fucking murdered their friend. Yeah, I agree. Alex Davy Duke says, Mr. Runkle, you need to explain ex parte to those who don't know. Ex parte is without one side. So, for example, it is improper. I can't email a judge on a file that we're on without including the prosecutor. Like if I'm running a criminal trial, I can email the judge. I just also have to include the prosecutor in that communication. And if the judge responds, they're also going to include the other side, right? We're going to have all of these communications will be had in sight of everybody. And so, yeah. So what ends up happening after that? He goes into custody. He immediately files an appeal. I think his wife actually files the appeal. And so that gets filed immediately. And then 20 defense lawyers come in, and they want to come into the courtroom, and the judge disallows it for security reasons. So, but he's got a lawyer who comes in and argues, basically, Judge, you made yourself a witness on this one. And so the judge wants to hold him in contempt until he answers the question. And the lawyer points out, you can't do that because you're relying on criminal contempt. You can only do that with civil contempt, and that's not what you're relying on. So eventually the judge sentences him to 20 days to be served on weekends. So he's got to do 20 days in jail on weekends. And you know how much of a badass this lawyer is? You know how much of an absolute stone cold badass he is? He goes, can it be directed that I will share a cell with my clients so that we can prep? Legendary. Fucking legendary. Just amazing. I gotta say, Mr. Steele, I lift a glass, because that is amazing. Sometimes the job of a defense lawyer is to look up at the judge and say, no. But you know what? Usually, like when I've had to do that, I have never had those kinds of stakes on it. Usually, like I've done it before where the judge says, Mr. Runkle, like I had a judge who wanted me to give up certain objections that I'd made at court, and I just refused to do it. And I said, like, no, I'm just, I'm not doing it. The objections stand. Like, the objections remain. And I think it's Brian Steele. He's throwing down for his client. I'm going to have to do a more extensive video on this one just to point out that, just to go through it in more detail and so forth. But I just wanted to say that is badass. That is absolutely badass. And I kind of want to make him something just to say, like, kudos, sir. But yeah, 10 weekends in jail. That's a lot of time to give up, right? So not every lawyer would do that. A lot of lawyers would have blinked. Mr. Steele, good for you. All right. So, what can I make him that he can keep in jail? Nothing, but I could make him something that he could keep outside of jail. CJR 902, eliminate the impossible. Whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Sherlock Holmes. Wendy Wilkinson, I'm not quite seeing conspiracy. I'm seeing tunnel vision investigation where evidence was made to fit one suspect and one suspect only. Fair. Yep. Luna Dewdrops, for the demonetizing due to troopers prostate proctologist. F that guy. If I'm in the jury, this proves to me they had it out for her. Yep. Aussie J, ooh, Proctor direct sounds spicy. Replay will be great. I missed it. Here's some replacement cash as your video went for a trip to Darwin. See you in the NT. Greg, that judge reminded me of an Ian quote. I've seen deer run from gunshots slower than that. Yep. And Bell Feinstein, Mr. Steele deserves our respect. He's got nerves that match his name. That is a badass name, I gotta say. Steve A, slow clap. Well done, Mr. Steele. Absolutely. All right, let's wrap this up. I am going to... I want to see if I can sneak into the leather shop. Oh, wait. I can't. I've got to finish these written submissions. I'm not going to be able to make it into the leather shop today. Make Steele a toothbrush case. Oh, that's a little spicy. I kind of like it. So, yeah. All right. So let us. Does the lawyer have recourse against the judge? Oh, he does. I think by the time the dust settles on the appeal, that the lawyer is probably still going to be a lawyer, and the judge may not still be a judge. So, yep. Yeah. What is it? How does he carry around his huge balls? Wheelbarrow? I don't know. So, all right. I'm gonna wrap this up. I will see you guys probably Wednesday, although I don't know. So, see you soon.